Welcome to Sleepy Throne's Tales, where history drifts into dreamlike whispers. Tonight, we open the tale of a queen remembered not for battles alone, but for a mystery that haunted her nights. This is the legend of Semiramis, the queen who never slept. The city of Babylon lay beneath a silver sky, its walls rising so high they seemed to scrape the stars. Torches burned along the battlements, their flames flickering like a necklace of fire encircling the kingdom. Beyond them stretched the darkened plain. Within the palace, where carved lions guarded gates of cedar and bronze, a figure walked, a lone queen ruler and restless soul, Semiramis. Cloaked in silks the color of twilight, moved through her halls with quiet steps. While her court slumbered, she roamed the palace corridors as though the night belonged to her alone. Her eyes were wide and unblinking, as though weighed down by no fatigue, drawn instead to every shadow, every shimmer of starlight through the latticed windows. It was said she had not closed her eyes for as long as anyone could remember. Attendants whispered that she had been touched at birth by a spirit of the air, a divine messenger who had stolen her dreams. Others murmured it was a curse born of her ambition, that one who ruled with such hunger could never rest. But when one looked upon her, there was no sign of torment. She carried herself with calm grace, her voice as soft as flowing water, her presence a stillness that quieted even the restless heart. On this first night of legend, she entered the Hall of Kings, a chamber vast and echoing, its walls painted with scenes of battles and triumphs. Golden lamps glowed faintly, their flames bending to every shift of the air. Here she lingered, gazing upon the images of conquerors past. Did their spirits speak to her in those sleepless hours? Did she, wide-eyed and tireless, commune with the echoes of rulers who had long since turned to dust? None could say. Outside, the gardens of Babylon shimmered under the moon, terraces alive with vines and blossoms that never seemed to fade. From her balcony, she watched the night-blooming flowers unfurl, pale petals trembling in the cool breeze. To her, each unfolding blossom seemed like a secret whispered by the earth itself, secrets only she could hear, for no other eyes remained open to witness them. And so began her reign of sleepless nights, not of torment, but of vigilance, not of suffering, but of endless wakefulness. She was a queen who belonged not only to the day, but to the night itself, a guardian of both sun and moon, of waking and of dream. Those who served her learned to accept this mystery, though whispers never ceased to spread through the city. Why did their queen never close her eyes? And what truths did she see in the hours hidden from all others? Thus, the story of Semiramis begins not with rest, but with eternal watchfulness. her spirit bound to the endless silence of night. The palace of Semiramis held chambers that many never saw, places where only the queen's footsteps echoed. Among them was the royal library, hidden behind bronze doors, inlaid with scenes of winged lions and rising suns. By day, it was a place of scribes and scholars. By night, when the lamps were dimmed and silence reigned, only one figure walked there, the sleepless queen. On this night, she drifted into the library like a shadow, the train of her gown brushing against the cool stone floor. The vast chamber stretched upward, shelves of cedar reaching the ceiling, each lined with clay tablets and scrolls wrapped in delicate cloth. Oil lamps glimmered in niches, their flames soft and steady, filling the air with the scent of warm wax and cedarwood. She moved among the shelves, as if each held not mere records of men, but living voices. The tablets whispered of laws carved in wedge-shaped letters. The scrolls told of battles won, treaties signed, and the movements of stars mapped by ancient eyes. Semiramis laid her hands gently upon them, feeling the weight of centuries beneath her fingers. For a queen who never slept, the night was not emptiness, it was discovery. Others dreamed in silence, but she wandered the kingdoms of memory, gathering the thoughts of those who had lived before her. Her gaze lingered on a shelf marked with strange symbols, a section reserved for the forbidden or the forgotten. Here lay scrolls that spoke of vanished lands and kings erased from record. Stories scholars hesitated to speak aloud. She unrolled one, the parchment crackling faintly in the hush. By lamplight, she read of a river said to flow backward into the earth, carrying treasures to the underworld. Another scroll told of a tower that touched the heavens, its top hidden in clouds, where the gods themselves had once walked. And yet another hinted of a queen long before her time, who too had wandered the halls of night without sleep. The words stirred something deep within her curiosity, mixed with recognition. Was her sleeplessness a curse unique to her, or had others borne the same strange fate? The question pressed upon her like the weight of the night air, unspoken yet persistent. As she read, the silence around her thickened until it seemed she was not alone. The flicker of the lamps cast long shadows across the carved lions and the stone floor, shapes that shifted as though they carried intent. Yet the queen showed no fear. She had long since learned that the night itself seemed to move around her, bending closer, whispering secrets only she could hear in that library. The sleepless queen stood like a sentinel, guarding not only her kingdom, but also the memories of civilizations past. Hours slipped by without notice, for time did not hold her as it did others. When she finally replaced the scroll upon the shelf, dawn's faint light had already begun to gather beyond the high windows. She left the library as silently as she had entered, carrying not only the knowledge of ancient kings and vanished empires, but also the heavy, unending question of her own fate. When others dreamed in silence, Queen Semiramis wandered where dreams took root in stone and soil. Her palace crowned the heart of Babylon, but beyond its gilded halls lay her greatest wonder, the gardens that seemed to hang from heaven itself. By daylight they dazzled ambassadors and envoys. By moonlight they belonged only to her. The night was soft when she stepped into them, the scent of jasmine and myrrh drifting on the air. Terraces rose tier upon tier, a living mountain built by hands that shaped stone as easily as clay. Cypress trees climbed toward the stars, palms swayed gently, and streams trickled down carved channels, spilling into pools that glowed with silver reflections of the moon. Semiramis moved through this paradise barefoot, her silks whispering against the leaves. She was not restless, though she could not rest. Instead, she studied every shadow and shimmer. The sleepless hours became a gift, allowing her to witness what no one else could, the secret life of the gardens after dusk. White lilies unfurled beneath the moon, petals catching starlight as if they themselves were small suns. Owls watched from the branches of pomegranate trees, their eyes glimmering gold. In the pools, fish stirred the water with slow, drowsy circles, as though even they felt the pull of night. At the highest terrace, she paused. From here she could see the Euphrates winding through the dark plain, a silver ribbon vanishing toward the horizon. The city's torches flickered like constellations scattered upon the earth. But above, the sky stretched infinite and serene. Some nights she believed the heavens themselves leaned closer, curious to observe the woman who denied their command to sleep. Whispers carried through the foliage, though no servants trailed her steps. The wind, perhaps, or the voice of the river echoing in the stone. Yet the queen tilted her head as though listening. She had long since grown attuned to these murmuring sounds, most dismissed as chance, but which she believed were messages woven into the fabric of the night. She knelt by a cluster of roses blooming out of season. Their fragrance rose, sharp and sweet, too alive for winter's edge. Some said her sleeplessness gave her power over growth itself, that she spoke to plants in the hush of night, and they answered with blossoms meant for no other eyes. She touched the petals with a hand as steady as water, her face serene, her gaze unblinking, and in that moment an owl took flight, wings sweeping silently above her. It circled once, then vanished into the deeper dark. The queen watched, her expression unreadable. Perhaps she saw an omen. Perhaps she saw only beauty. For others, the gardens were marvels of stone and root. For Semiramis, they were companions in her eternal wakefulness living. Witnesses to a mystery she bore with quiet dignity. The night deepened. The queen stood still, listening to the world breathe around her. Sleep would not come, but she needed none, for in sleeplessness she had discovered what others could not, that night itself was alive, and it belonged to her. Above all the splendor of Babylon, above the gardens and the vast palace courts, there rose a tower so tall it seemed carved to touch the heavens. At its summit the air grew thin and cool, and the city below looked no larger than a map etched in bronze. Few ever climbed so high, but on nights when the rest of the world slept, Queen Semiramis ascended, drawn by a longing that reached beyond her sleepless hours. The tower was the domain of the royal astrologers. Stone tables lay scattered with instruments of polished bronze circles, rods, and delicate weights devices, crafted to measure the paths of stars. Clay tablets lay stacked in neat rows, inscribed with records of comets, eclipses, and alignments traced through generations. To the scholars, this was a place of study. To the sleepless queen, it was a bridge to something greater. She stood at the edge of the platform, her silks stirring in the night breeze. Above her, the sky stretched vast and endless, unbroken by cloud. The stars blazed with a clarity that seemed almost near enough to touch. She tilted her head back, her gaze steady, as if daring the constellations to reveal their secrets. The astrologers had long whispered of her visits. They said she sought signs for her reign, but some suspected more that her endless wakefulness bound her to the stars themselves. For who else but one denied sleep could keep vigil as faithfully as the heavens? She moved slowly across the platform, her hands gliding over the polished bronze of the instruments. A disk etched with concentric lines shimmered in the lamplight. She adjusted it with practiced care, her reflection appearing briefly in the metal surface before vanishing into shadow. Her attendants knew she listened closely to the counsel of the stars, but none knew that she read them in silence as well. Finding patterns no astronomer dared inscribe, a cluster of stars caught her gaze, the hunter, the archer, the winged bull. Her eyes lingered on a single faint light within them, one nearly swallowed by the dark. Was it weakness, or was it waiting to blaze? In that fragile shimmer she seemed to see herself, a flame that endured though weariness should have extinguished it long ago. The wind rose, carrying the scent of the river below. For a moment she closed her eyes, not in rest, but in focus. The city beneath her slept without fear, secure under her watch. The stars wheeled above, indifferent yet eternal. Between them she stood, bound neither to slumber nor to dream, but to the unbroken passage of time. An owl called from the lower battlements. The sound echoed upward, haunting, ancient. Semiramis lifted her gaze again, lips curved in the faintest of smiles. Perhaps the bird was a messenger. Perhaps it was nothing more than night itself, speaking in its own tongue. She lingered there until dawn began to pale the horizon, when the first line of gold appeared like a brushstroke across the sky. Only then did she descend, her eyes still bright, her spirit still unyielding. The world had slept and awakened. She had kept its vigil beneath the marble courtyards of the Assyrian palace. Below the gardens and banquet halls, where laughter echoed by day, there lay a chamber few had ever seen. The entrance was hidden behind a narrow passage, its walls carved with faded reliefs of river gods and winged spirits. Servants whispered of it, but seldom spoke its name. It was said that only the sleepless queen descended there, guided by the rhythm of night and her own unending vigilance. Semiramis carried a small lamp as she walked the hidden stairway downward, its flame trembling as though uncertain of the path. The air grew cool, heavy with the scent of stone and flowing water. At last she reached the chamber, vast, cavernous, its ceiling so high it vanished into shadow. In its center stretched a pool as still as polished glass, fed by streams that murmured softly as they slipped from the mouths of carved lions. The queen set her lamp upon the edge. Its glow shimmered across the water's surface, multiplying into countless golden ripples. To her, the pool was no ordinary reservoir. It was a mirror of time, a surface that held not only her reflection, but also the faces of those long gone. She knelt, her silks pooling around her, and gazed into the water. Her face looked back, serene, watchful, eyes wide as ever. Yet, when she leaned closer, the surface trembled, and the image shifted. For an instant she saw other figures, kings crowned in bronze, priestesses cloaked in white, warriors with eyes sharp as blades. All were gone, yet here they lingered, as though the sleepless night had preserved them for her alone. Semiramis whispered softly, not in command, but in reverence. The words were lost in the chamber's echo, repeated back to her in tones softer, stranger, as if the water itself answered. She did not fear these voices. She welcomed them, for they were her companions when the world above surrendered to slumber. Some believed the chamber was a relic of the old gods, built as an offering to the river Euphrates. Others said it was a sanctuary for visions, a place where the veil between waking and dream thinned. The queen had never spoken of what she saw there, nor what truths the ripples revealed. But those who kept watch from afar swore that when she emerged, Her eyes held secrets she had not carried before. She touched the surface with her hand. Circles of light spread outward, distorting her reflection until it looked like many faces at once. A hush filled the air, deeper than silence, as though the very chamber held its breath. In that moment, she felt both utterly alone and impossibly surrounded, as though the water bore witness to her sleepless fate. When she rose at last, her lamp still burned steady. She turned from the chamber without a backward glance, yet the echoes of water followed her, rising and falling like whispers meant only for her ears. Above, the palace slept, but below, in the chamber of waters, the queen's sleeplessness had touched something eternal. Hidden deep within the labyrinth of Semiramis's palace was a place few dared to enter. The servants called it the Hall of Dreams, though in truth it was not for dreaming. It was for remembering what others had seen in dream and vision. The hall stretched long and narrow, lit only by lamps of alabaster that cast a faint, ghost-like glow. Its walls were covered not in plain stone, but in murals so vivid they seemed almost alive. Semiramis entered in silence, her footsteps soft on the polished floor. No guards trailed her, no attendants carried light. She walked alone, as she always did in the hours when sleep abandoned the world. The flames of the alabaster lamps trembled as if bowing to her presence, and shadows slipped along the walls like living things. The murals were the work of generations of seers, dreamers, and vision keepers. Some showed rivers that burned like fire, or cities rising into the clouds. Others depicted beasts with wings of bronze, women crowned with serpents, and kings who held stars in their hands as though they were jewels. No dream was too strange, no vision too wild. Each had been painted in the hope of capturing what the waking mind could never fully hold. Semiramis moved slowly, pausing before one mural of particular brilliance. It showed a queen standing on a staircase of flame, her eyes open wide while the world slept beneath her. The figure's face was indistinct, blurred, as though the painter had been afraid to give her form. Yet, as Semiramis gazed, she felt the figure's features sharpen, almost mirroring her own. Her sleepless eyes lingered. Was this painting prophecy? Or was it memory, drawn long before she was born, foretelling the fate she now carried? The silence of the hall deepened, and for a moment she thought she heard breathing that was not her own. She turned to another wall, where an image of a river glowed faintly in the lamplight. This was no ordinary river. Its waters curled upward, flowing toward the stars. Figures bathed in its light, faces serene, as though the river had carried them beyond the reach of time. Semiramis traced the image with her hand, her fingertips gliding over the painted surface. Perhaps her sleeplessness bound her in the same waycott between worlds, denied the release of slumber, yet given a vision others could never touch. Deeper in the hall, the murals grew stranger. One showed a palace built upside down, its towers hanging from the heavens. Another revealed a tree with roots coiled around the earth, its branches touching every star. She paused before each, absorbing them not as madness, but as possibilities. To the sleepless queen, nothing seen in vision was impossible, for she herself was proof that mystery lived in flesh. When she reached the end of the hall, a single mural stood apart. It was unfinished, only faint outlines of color traced across the wall. It showed a figure still rising from shadow, features not yet painted. Semiramis lingered long before it, her gaze steady, as though she knew the day would come when the painter or fate would finish the face. She left the hall in silence, but the images clung to her, following her into the night. For others, dreams vanished with the dawn. For her, dreams lived on the walls, waiting, watching, and whispering in the sleepless dark. Not far from the royal gardens, beyond a colonnade shaded by tall cypress trees, stood the aviary of the palace. By day it was alive with sound, a chorus of wings and songs echoing beneath its domed roof. By night it was thought to be silent, as the world itself surrendered to rest. Yet, for the sleepless queen, it became another sanctuary, one filled with companions who, like her, seemed reluctant to close their eyes. Semiramis entered through the bronze gate, the hinges groaning softly as she pushed them open. Moonlight filtered through the latticework above, silvering the air within. Rows of perches lined the aviary, each holding birds of every kind. Falcons with eyes sharp as blades, doves with feathers white as milk, and exotic creatures brought from lands far beyond the Euphrates. As she stepped inside, a murmur stirred the quiet. Feathers rustled, beaks tapped lightly against wood. Some birds lifted their heads, as though sensing her presence in the way one senses a change in the wind. Their eyes caught the faint light, glowing like tiny stars in the shadows. The queen moved slowly among them, her silks brushing against the stone floor. She paused by a falcon whose wings trembled even in stillness. Its gaze met hers, unflinching, fierce. She extended a hand, and to her attendants' wonder, the falcon leaned forward, brushing its beak against her fingers. It was as though it, too, recognized in her the restlessness that denied sleep further along. A pair of doves cooed softly, shifting upon their perch. Unlike the others, they seemed awake not from unease, but from devotion, as though guarding each other in the long hours of night. Semiramis lingered, her expression unreadable, her eyes reflecting the gentle gleam of their feathers. She thought of how the world above slept in pairs, in families, in comfort, while she, like these birds, kept solitary vigil. In the farthest corner she found a cage covered in fine cloth. When she drew it aside, a bird, unlike the others, revealed itself, feathers of deep indigo, eyes glimmering with a strange intelligence. It gave no cry, only tilted its head, studying her as though it were the queen and she the guest. Legends said it had come from a distant island, gifted by a wandering merchant, and that it sang only under the moon. Yet it remained silent even now, meeting her sleepless gaze with one of its own. She stayed there for a long while, walking between the perches, listening to the faint rustle of wings and the whisper of feathers brushing against wood. It was not noise, but musica, song, woven from restlessness and quiet endurance. Before leaving, she opened the aviary's tall window. The night air swept in, cool and fragrant with the scent of the river and the gardens. For a moment, the birds lifted their wings, as though preparing to take flight into the endless dark, but none did. They returned to stillness, eyes shining in the moonlight, companions to their queen in her unending vigil. When she stepped out and closed the bronze gate, the rustle within faded back into silence. Yet she carried the sound with her, as if the sleepless chorus had followed her into the corridors of night. In the heart of the palace, guarded by walls thick as a fortress, lay the royal armory. By day it was filled with the clang of steel and the murmur of keepers polishing shields, sharpening spears, and oiling the hinges of bronze chariots. By night, when its heavy doors were barred, silence lay upon it like a tomb. Few dared to enter, for the weapons of past kings were said to whisper in the dark. Yet for Semiramis, the sleepless queen, this silence was not foreboding, but familiar. She alone unlocked the armory's doors after midnight, the key cold in her hand, its iron teeth fitting perfectly into the gate as though it had awaited only her. With a quiet push, she stepped inside, her lamp casting a golden circle that seemed small against the vast chamber. Rows upon rows of weapons stretched before her swords, whose edges glimmered faintly in the light. Spears standing upright like a forest of steel. Shields polished so smooth they mirrored her face back at her. Each piece bore the weight of history, for none were ordinary. These were the relics of her ancestors, wielded in wars that shaped empires. She moved slowly among them, her footsteps echoing across the stone. Her fingers trailed along the curve of a great bronze shield, its surface dented where it had turned aside the strike of an enemy king. She paused before a sword blackened at the hilt, rumored to have tasted fire in battles where cities themselves had burned. Some queens sought jewels, but Semiramis sought memory, and in the armory memory was forged into steel. She could almost hear it, the clash of bronze upon bronze, the cries of men, the thunder of horses. But to her sleepless mind it was not chaos. It was a rhythm, a pulse that tied the living to the dead, the present to the ancient past. At the far end of the chamber stood a chariot, its wheels rimmed with bronze, its carvings still sharp though centuries had passed. She placed her hand upon it, closing her eyes. She did not dream, yet in this place visions rose unbidden. She saw the dust of battlefields, the banners whipping in the wind, the surge of armies. But above all, she saw herself not as warrior, but as guardian, carrying the memory of all who had wielded these weapons before her. The lamp flickered. Shadows danced across the blades, making them shimmer as if alive. Some might have feared the sight, but Semiramis only bowed her head slightly, acknowledging the silent army that surrounded her. They were not ghosts to her, but companions, keeping vigil with her in the endless hours of night. When at last she turned to leave, the weapons gleamed faintly in the dark, as though reluctant to let her go. She closed the armory doors behind her, locking them with a sound that echoed down the corridor like the final note of a song. Above, the world slept on, but below, in the stillness of the armory, the sleepless queen had once again walked in the footsteps of kings. The night in Nineveh stretched deep and quiet, but in the sacred courtyard of the temple, the silence was different. Here, it was not emptiness, but reverence, a stillness wrapped around the flames that never went out. They had burned since the days of Semiramis's forefathers, tended by priests who walked softly, their bare feet brushing against the white stone. Semiramis entered as she often did when sleep refused her, though she no longer thought of sleep at all. The courtyard opened to the stars, its high walls lined with carvings of winged spirits and lions watching with unblinking eyes. In the center stood the great altar, a square of polished stone, upon which a fire burned without end. Its flames licked upward in soft gold and amber, bending in the breeze, yet never faltering. The priests did not startle at her presence. They knew their queen, and they knew her restlessness. She moved among them in silence, her steps measured, her robe trailing softly behind her. For a long while she said nothing, only watching as one of the elder priests sprinkled crushed cedar into the flame. The smoke rose sweet and curling, drifting into the night air as an offering to the gods. The sleepless queen felt a calm here, unlike in any chamber of her palace. The fire's glow painted her face with warmth, and the scent of cedarwood mingled with jasmine from the gardens beyond. The priests murmured ancient hymns in low tones, words older than memory. syllables falling like drops of water into stillness. Semiramis tilted her head upward, watching the constellations wheel across the dark. She traced them as she had in her youth a archer, the lion, the winged bull. Her mind, unburdened by dreams, carried her farther than the flame. She thought of how her people, too, looked up at the same sky, finding comfort in the same stars. They slept while she watched, but it felt to her as though she kept the vigil for all. She stepped closer to the altar. The firelight shimmered in her eyes, twin reflections of the eternal flame. Slowly, she extended her hand, not to touch, but to feel the warmth against her palm. Some said the sleepless were cursed, others that they were chosen. In this moment, standing before fire and sky, she believed neither. She was simply the vessel of wakefulness, woven into her destiny as tightly as the threads of a tapestry. The priests fell into silence, their chants fading like echoes. One by one they bowed and stepped back, leaving Queen and Flame alone. The fire crackled softly, and beyond the walls the river whispered as it wound through the city. The night held her in a still embrace, yet she remained wakeful, luminous as the flame itself. When at last she turned to leave, the flame seemed to lean toward her, as though it recognized her presence. She did not look back, for she carried its warmth with her into the corridors of her palace. Another watchful hour added to her endless vigil. The palace gardens were unlike any in the world, said travelers who had walked their winding paths, terraced upon high walls and nourished by water lifted from the Euphrates. They were green even in the heart of summer, overflowing with life where the desert lay beyond. By day they dazzled with their richness, but by night, when the moon climbed and the world stilled, they became something otherworldly. Semiramis knew these gardens well. When her palace fell into quiet and the corridors turned to stone labyrinths of silence, her feet carried her here. She stepped barefoot upon the cool earth, letting her sandals fall away at the entrance. The night air was perfumed with jasmine and lotus, scents that drifted together like soft waves, lulling her restless mind into a quieter rhythm. The moon hung silver above, its light spilling upon the terraces. It illuminated blooms that only opened when the sun was gone, white lilies unfurling like pale stars, night-blooming jasmine releasing their fragrance in whispers, and lotus flowers floating upon dark pools, their petals wide and luminous. The sleepless queen moved among them as if among companions, each flower, alive only in darkness, seemed to understand her vigil. She paused by a fountain, its water spilling gently from the mouth of a carved lion into a marble basin. The ripples shimmered beneath the moonlight, breaking the reflection into shifting fragments. Semiramis bent down, trailing her fingers through the cool water, and for a moment her reflection looked as though it belonged not to a queen, but to a dreamer half caught between worlds. Further along the garden, night birds stirred among the branches. An owl, silent-winged, watched her from the cypress trees. Its round eyes glowed, mirrors of her own wakeful gaze. She nodded to it softly, as though acknowledging a fellow sentinel of the night. The bird did not move, only turned its head, following her as she walked deeper into the terraces. The paths wound in graceful arcs, lined with torches that flickered gently in the breeze. Yet it was the moonlight she followed, the silver path upon stone and petal alike. She found herself among the roses, blossoms heavy with dew. They leaned into one another, as if whispering secrets only the night could hear. Semiramis bent to breathe their fragrance, closing her eyes not in sleep, but in stillness. Somewhere in the distance, the city of Nineveh slumbered. Its lamps were few, its voices hushed, its streets empty. Yet here, within her gardens, life pulsed softly, the restless bloom of flowers, the silent wings of the owl, the flowing water. The queen who could not restall were bound together by the hour of night. Semiramis walked until the horizon paled slightly, until she sensed the first quiet breath of dawn pressing against the stars. Only then did she return, the gardens fading back into shadow as though they too withdrew from the coming day. She left barefoot as she had entered, carrying with her the scent of night-blooming jasmine, a fragrance as tireless as her own wakefulness. High above the courtyards and chambers of Nineveh, where the wind moved freely and the night stretched wide, lay the queen's private balcony. It was not grand in its size, but its view commanded the heavens. From here the sleepless Semiramis often gazed upon the stars, her silent companions in the endless hours when the world below lay hidden in dreams. That night the balcony was washed in silver moonlight. Cushions of deep indigo lay upon carved stone benches, and low braziers glowed with embers to keep the air warm. Beyond the balustrade, the city spread outward in darkness, its rooftops glowing faintly where lanterns flickered in distant homes. But Semiramis's eyes were not on the city. They were lifted upward toward the constellations burning in the clear sky. Beside her, rolls of parchment lay open charts drawn by her royal astronomers. They had marked the paths of the wandering stars, the rise and fall of constellations, the rhythm of eclipses. The queen touched the edge of one chart, tracing the lines that connected bright points across ink and sky alike. She had no need to read the words. Her mind, sharpened by sleepless nights, remembered each figure with clarity. The archer rose above the horizon, bow drawn and arrow stretched across the heavens. The lion prowled in the western sky, its mane etched in light. Above all, the great winged bull guardian of kings spread its form across the constellations, its horns gleaming in starlight. To her, these were not only shapes in the dark, they were guardians, reminders that even in endless wakefulness she was not alone. A soft breeze stirred her robe as she leaned against the stone. The stars reflected faintly in her eyes. How many queens before her had stood in this same place, staring into the heavens? Did they find in the stars the peace she could not in sleep? She thought of time stretching backward in unbroken chain of rulers who had lifted their gaze to the same constellations, finding hope, guidance, or warning from below. The faint sound of a water drum echoed a distant guard, keeping time. But here, time seemed to dissolve. Minutes slipped into hours, hours into an unmarked flow, as Semiramis studied the sky's great wheel. Her sleeplessness became less a burden, more a gift, for while others dreamed, she bore witness to the slow turning of the heavens, the grand story written in light dot. At last, she unrolled another parchment, one inked with predictions. The astronomers had charted a coming eclipse when the moon would pass into shadow. She smiled faintly, imagining how the city would look beneath that dimmed light, how the people would gather in awe. For her, the night was no mystery, it was her realm, her endless kingdom. When the wind cooled, she rose from the cushions, her gaze lingering on the stars. One final time, she whispered softly, as though to them, "Keep your vigil as I keep mine." Then she withdrew into the shadows of her chamber, leaving the balcony open to the sky. The palace of Nineveh held many wonders, yet few were as treasured as the royal library. Behind its tall cedar doors lay chambers filled with shelves of baked clay tablets, rolled papyrus, and scrolls inked with the wisdom of countless ages. By day, scribes worked here in steady silence, their reed pens scratching across damp clay, their voices murmuring as they read aloud in translation. By night, the library belonged only to its shadows and to the queen who could not sleep. Semiramis entered with a small lamp in her hand. The golden flame wavered against the high walls, illuminating rows of shelves carved from dark wood. The air smelled of old parchment, cedar oil, and incense that carried a solemn weight. Her fingers brushed along the spines of scrolls as she passed, feeling the texture of papyrus rough beneath her touch. Each held a fragment of memory, prayers, laws, songs, and prophecies. She paused at a table where a scroll lay open, written in the language of Sumer, its symbols curved like rivers across the page. Few could read it, But Semiramis had spent her sleepless hours learning the shapes and meanings. Slowly, she traced the words, piecing together a hymn to the moon goddess, written centuries before her reign. The queen sat upon a low cushioned seat, unrolling another scroll. This one spoke of kings who had ruled long before her, their deeds recorded in careful hand. She read of battles fought by forgotten names, of treaties carved in clay, of cities built and lost. To others, these records might seem dry, but to her they breathed with life. They were the voices of those who had kept their own vigils in the long river of history. A hush lingered in the air, broken only by the crackle of her lamp. Shadows lengthened across the shelves, and for a moment she felt as though the words themselves had risen into the night, drifting like whispers through the chamber. She imagined the scribes of ages past bending over their tablets, pouring thoughts into permanence so they might one day reach her sleepless hands. At the far end of the hall, a set of sealed jars caught her eye. Within them were fragments of prophecy, preserved by priests who claimed the stars themselves had dictated the words. Carefully, she lifted one fragment and read aloud, her voice soft as wind. The watcher of the night shall guard the realm while others dream. The words struck her deeply, for she was indeed the watcher, the guardian of night. Her lamp burned low, but her mind remained bright. She read until the scrolls blurred into one another, until the boundaries of past and present dissolved. At last, she set the parchment aside and leaned back, closing her eyes not to sleep, but to hold the voices of history within her wakeful mind. When dawn touched the windows with pale light, the scribes would return, unaware their queen had walked among the scrolls. But the library itself would remember, for its silence had been broken by the footsteps of a sleepless queen. Beyond the palace walls, past the stone gates carved with lions and bulls, the great river Euphrates wound its endless path. By day it was busy with boat-straighters, steering vessels laden with cedar wood, grain, and clay jars filled with oil. But at night, when the stars drifted above and the torches of the docks burned low, the river grew hushed, its voice softened to a whisper, a song only the sleepless could hear. Semiramis walked along its banks with no guard but the night itself. Her robe swept across the damp earth, and the moon's reflection quivered in the moving water. She paused, closing her eyes to listen. The river carried 1,000 voices, the rush of reeds swaying in the current, the croak of frogs hidden in the marsh, the splash of unseen fish breaking the surface. Together they wove a melody deeper than words. To Semiramis, the river was more than water. It was memory. It had carried kings before her, borne their ships to war and peace alike. It had seen cities rise upon its banks and crumble to dust, and now it carried her own reflection, tireless, wandering, sleepless beneath the moon. She sat upon a smooth stone near the shore, trailing her hand through the cool current. The ripples spread outward in silver rings, glimmering like bracelets of light. For a moment, she imagined the river speaking directly to her, telling her of lands beyond her kingdom, of mountains where its source sprang eternal, of seas where it lost itself in endlessness. A barge drifted by in the distance, its lantern swaying faintly. The oars made little sound, and soon it vanished, leaving only stillness once more. Semiramis leaned forward, listening deeper. The longer she sat, the more she felt the river's rhythm sync with her own heart, steady, unbroken, infinite. Her sleepless nights often brought her visions, not of dreams, but of truths that came when the world was quiet. Tonight, as she gazed upon the flowing water, she saw her own reign mirrored in its course. Like the river, she was ever moving, unable to rest, carrying the weight of kingdoms along her path. And like the river, she would endure. Even as generations passed, the moon slid higher, painting a silver road across the water. Semiramis rose and followed its light along the bank, her figure a dark silhouette against the glow. Somewhere beyond, the call of a night heron echoed, long and haunting. It reminded her that she was not the only one awake in the kingdom. The river itself never slept, was her companion, her twin in ceaseless motion. At last she turned back toward the palace, the sound of the current lingering in her ears. She carried it with her like a lullaby, though, one that would never bring her sleep. The river sang, and she answered in silence. Queen and water, bound together by their endless vigil. Few knew of the observatory that crowned the tallest tower of the palace, built by long-dead kings who had trusted the stars more than the earth. It had grown silent with time, its chambers dust-covered, and its steps rarely walked. But for Semiramis, who had no need of sleep, the forgotten tower became a sanctuary. That night she ascended the spiral staircase, the flame of her lamp trembling against walls carved with faded constellations. Each step brought her closer to the sky. When she reached the summit, she pushed open the heavy cedar doors, and the night unfurled before her. The roof was open to the heavens, framed by columns carved with winged figures who seemed to hold up the stars themselves. The air was cool and sharp, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers from the gardens far below. Scrolls and clay tablets lay upon stone tables, abandoned by astronomers generations ago. Some were cracked, their ink faded, but their symbols still traced the paths of planets, eclipses, and comets. Semiramis ran her fingers lightly over them, imagining the men who had once bent here, whispering to one another as they measured the heavens. She lifted her gaze upward. The stars burned with clarity, sharp and bright, the great constellations wheeling in their ancient rhythm. The archer stretched across the sky, his bow taut with light. The serpent twisted in an unending coil. And above all, the winged bull, the guardian of Assyrius, spread its form across the darkness. Horns like crescents of fire. The sleepless queen lowered herself onto a stone seat, her robe pooling around her, and studied the heavens as though reading a book. She had no need of dreams. The stars gave her visions enough. They spoke not in words, but in patterns. In the slow dance of light that had guided kings, priests, and wanderers since time began, a shooting star traced its arc across the night, swift and bright, vanishing into the horizon. Semiramis's lips curved faintly into a smile. Such moments, fleeting yet eternal. She unrolled a cracked parchment left by an ancient stargazer. Its prophecy was simple, its words etched in fading ink. The sleepless one shall walk with the stars, and their light shall be her crown. She touched the parchment gently, feeling as though it had waited centuries for her hands. Hours passed, though time held no weight here. The constellations shifted, slow as tides, and the queen remained upon her seat, her eyes never wavering. She was a watcher among watchers, her wakefulness mirroring the eternal gaze of the stars themselves. When the first pale hint of dawn began to soften the eastern sky, Semiramis rose. She left the scrolls as she had found them, though their voices lingered in her mind. She descended the winding stair once more, carrying the night's quiet wisdom with her into the day. Deep within the palace lay a chamber rarely visited, known only to a few as the Hall of Statues. It was not a place of gathering or celebration, but of memory. Here, carved from marble and basalt, by day the hall was dim and solemn. By night it became a realm of shadows, where the past seemed to stir. Semiramis entered in silence, the echo of her steps carrying through the vaulted chamber. Tall torches lined the walls, their flames casting long flickers across the stone figures. She walked slowly, her hand brushing the cold surface of a pillar as she advanced deeper. Each statue loomed upon its pedestal, robed, their eyes carved with the gravity of rulers who had borne the weight of empires. The queen stopped before the figure of Ashurnasir, his expression severe, his beard carved in intricate detail. His stone gaze seemed to follow her, as though measuring her worth. She bowed her head slightly, not in fear, but in respect. To her sleepless mind, these were not silent effigies. They were companions, guardians of memory, witnesses to her endless vigil. She moved on, passing statues whose crowns rose like mountain peaks, whose robes fell in stone folds, heavy with power. Some faces were stern, others serene, yet all carried the dignity of kings. Their shadows fell across her path, merging with her own as if she walked among them in unity. At the far end of the hall stood a great likeness of her forebear, carved taller than the rest. His hand rested upon a lion, symbol of strength, his other hand raised in command. Semiramis placed her palm against the cool stone, closing her eyes. Though sleep never came, she allowed stillness to take her, as though in this hall she shared in the deep rest denied to her body. The air was heavy with silence, yet she felt no loneliness. The statues, in their immovable calm, seemed to breathe patience into her restless hours. Their presence reminded her that every king and queen before her had faced their own burdens, their own wakeful nights. She was not the first to carry a crown through sleepless hours. A faint draught moved through the hall, and the flames of the torches wavered. For a moment, the faces of the statues seemed alive, their shadows shifting like figures caught between worlds. The sleepless queen watched without fear. She knew the past never truly vanished, lingered in stone, in memory, in the watchful eyes of those who came before. When at last she turned to leave, she glanced once more at the line of kings. Their gaze followed her still, but this time she felt not measured, but supported, as though they entrusted their legacy to her care. She carried their silent blessing into the corridors of the palace, her vigil renewed by the strength of stone. Hidden behind the eastern gardens, beyond tall cypress trees and ivy-covered walls, lay the aviary of the palace. By day, it was filled with song, the calls of parrots with jeweled feathers, the soft coos of doves, the shrill cry of falcons trained for the hunt. But by night, when all the palace slept, the aviary belonged only to silence and the watchful queen. Semiramis pushed open the bronze doors, and the faint fragrance of flowers and grain lingered in the cool air. The cages, wrought in gold and bronze, shimmered faintly under the torchlight she carried. Birds stirred within them as she passed, their wings rustling like whispers. Some blinked sleepily, others remained motionless, as though they too guarded a secret world between waking and dream. She paused by the falcons, proud hunters whose heads were bowed upon their talons. Even in slumber they looked regal, their wings folded with precision. Semiramis studied them with admiration. How easily they soared above the world, while she remained tethered to earth, her mind restless, unable to close itself to the night. The queen moved on, and her steps carried her to the softer creatures, the doves and nightingales. Their cages were adorned with vines and hanging blossoms, for they were meant to soothe the heart of the beholder. A nightingale stirred and let out a single note, pure and trembling, before settling once more. The sound lingered in the queen's ears like a memory of music lost. She sat upon a low stone bench within the aviary, the torch placed gently at her side. The flicker of light revealed feathers of every color: emerald, ruby, sapphire, that seemed to shimmer like fragments of dawn caught within the shadows of night. Closing her eyes, she listened not to silence, but to the rhythm of wings shifting, the faint breathing of countless creatures resting. Her sleeplessness had often felt like a curse, but here in the aviary she wondered if it might be a gift. She alone was awake to witness these quiet hours, to hear the small voices of the world when all else lay in darkness. She envied the birds their dreams, yet she cherished the companionship they offered her in stillness. A parrot, sensing her nearness, opened its eyes and mimicked a word once taught by a keeper. "Queen," it croaked softly, the sound rough but startling in the stillness. Semiramis smiled faintly, her fingers brushing the gilded bars. The word echoed in her ears not as a title, but as a reminder of her vigil, that she, like these birds, bore both freedom and confinement. She rose slowly, gathering her torch once more. As she turned to leave, the aviary seemed to sigh around her, the wings of countless birds shifting in unison, like a single breath released into the night. For a brief moment, the sleepless queen felt as though she stood within the heart of a dream, not her. A dream gifted to her by feathered guardians who carried fragments of the sky upon their wings beneath the palace. Where the corridors grew narrow and the walls damp with age, lay a place few had seen. It was not on any map, nor was it spoken of in council. The chamber was whispered about only by old servants, who claimed a hidden pool rested their pool that mirrored not the face, but the dreams of those who gazed into it. Semiramis had heard the tale in her youth, when her nurse lulled her with stories of kings who wandered in secret to the pool, to glimpse visions that guided their rule. Whether myth or memory, the sleepless queen carried the tale in her heart, and in the quiet hours of this night she sought it out. Her torch cast light along the stone passageways as she descended. The air grew cooler, scented faintly with water and minerals. At last she came upon an arched doorway carved with faded symbols of waves and moons. Beyond it lay the chamber, wide and circular, with walls that glistened as though alive. In its center rested the pool, its surface still, its waters dark as onyx. Semiramis stepped forward, the echo of her sandals softened by the damp air. She knelt by the pool's edge, the torchlight trembling across the surface. At first, she saw only her reflection, the weary queen whose eyes had never closed in true rest. Yet, as she gazed longer, the ripples began to change. Shadows formed, shapes blurred into visions. She saw distant gardens bathed in moonlight, children laughing beneath archways, soldiers raising their spears in triumph. The images did not remain, they shifted as though the water breathed, offering fragments of lives both lived and imagined. Her heart ached at the sight of one vision, herself, reclining peacefully upon a silken couch, eyes closed, her chest rising with the rhythm of sleep. She reached her hand toward the image, but the water quivered and the dream dissolved, leaving only the dark reflection once more. The queen lingered, transfixed by the mystery. She realized that the pool did not grant dreams to her, but it revealed the dreams of others, the forgotten wishes of kings, the longings of servants, the secret hopes of the empire itself. And though she could not join them in slumber, she could witness them, holding their memory like a guardian of night. The torch crackled softly beside her, its flame mirrored in the water like a star trapped in black glass. Semiramis closed her eyes, not in sleep, but in stillness, and allowed the images to pass through her mind like clouds across the moon. When she rose to leave, the water lay once more in silence, as if it had never stirred. Yet she carried its visions within her, knowing that though she could not dream, she would forever guard the dreams of her people. High above the palace, where the corridors ended in silence, there stretched a balcony that opened to the endless desert. Few came here. The climb was steep, the air often sharp with night winds. Yet to Semiramis, who had no need of rest, it was a place of quiet solace. She reached it now, her robes trailing softly against the stone, her torch extinguished so that only moonlight guided her way. Before her spread the Assyrian desert, a sea of silver dunes beneath the stars. The horizon glowed faintly, as though the night itself were breathing. Winds swept across the sands, shaping and reshaping them with each passing hour, like the hand of time carving endlessly upon the earth. Semiramis stood at the balustrade, her fingers brushing the cool stone as she gazed outward. The winds lifted grains of sand into shimmering veils that drifted across the dunes, glowing faintly under the moonlight. To her sleepless eyes, the movement was mesmerizing, a dance of earth and air, ceaseless, eternal, without pause. She thought of her own life, a vigil without end, as restless as the desert winds. Yet she felt no bitterness here. The sands did not complain of their endless shifting, nor the winds of their endless wandering. Together they created beauty, though neither could ever be still. Perhaps her sleeplessness, too, was part her hours of night, a canvas upon which unseen strength was written. From far below, she heard faint howls, the voices of jackals roaming the edges of the city walls. Their calls echoed across the desert, rising and falling like a chant. Semiramis closed her eyes, letting the sound merge with the whisper of the winds. The world was not silent. It was alive in ways most never heard, for they surrendered to dreams long before these moments came. A shooting star crossed the heavens, blazing for a heartbeat before vanishing into the dark. The queen's lips curved into the faintest smile. She had heard servants say that falling stars carried wishes, yet she had never made one. Tonight, she whispered silently into the wind-knot for sleep, for she had long ceased to ask for that, but for the strength to continue her vigil with grace. The sands shifted again, the dunes rippling like waves upon a silver sea. For a moment, she felt the desert itself was awake beside her, a restless companion who would never rest, never yield, but would shape the land for eternity. She bowed her head slightly, acknowledging the kinship, when she turned at last to descend the stairs. The desert winds followed her, brushing her robes like unseen hands. The balcony stood behind her in silence, but the sands continued their dance, unending as the queen's wakeful nights. The palace library lay in the western wing, hidden behind bronze doors so tall that even giants of old might have envied them. By day, scholars walked its corridors, copying texts onto fresh clay tablets, unrolling papyrus from Egypt, and whispering interpretations of laws and omens. But at night, the library belonged to silence and to the sleepless queen. Semiramis entered with a lamp in hand, the light spilling across shelves upon shelves of knowledge. Cedar beams stretched high above, supporting the vaulted ceiling, while niches along the walls were filled with scrolls, tablets, and bound volumes gathered from every land her empire touched. Dust motes stirred in the lamp's glow, dancing like golden sparks as she moved deeper inside. The air was heavy with the fragrance of old ink and parchment, the faint musk of time itself. The queen trailed her fingers along the wooden cases, pausing at unfamiliar inscriptions. She drew forth a scroll edged with red silk, its surface cracked but still strong. Sitting at a long table, she unrolled it carefully. Symbols filled the parchment, lines of wisdom written by hands that had long since turned to dust. She read slowly, the words describing ancient remedies for sleeplessness, herbs boiled in honeyed wine, chants whispered beneath the moon, stones placed under the pillow. She smiled faintly at the irony, for she had tried many such remedies, yet none had calmed her restless spirit. Still, the thought that others had struggled as she did comforted her. She was not the first to endure the long hours of night. She moved on, selecting clay tablets etched with cuneiform. One told of kings who sought the counsel of stars. Another described cities swallowed by rivers, their names forgotten but their warnings preserved. Each tale seemed to breathe as she read, the voices of the past rising from silence to accompany her wakeful hours. At last, she came upon a scroll bound in deep blue ribbon. When she unrolled it, she found a hymn to the goddess Ishtar, written in lines of flowing verse. The words spoke of eternal wakefulness, the goddess who wandered between heaven and earth, never resting, always watching. Semiramis lingered over the lines, her heart stirring with recognition. Perhaps her sleeplessness was not a curse, but a bond with the divine. Perhaps she, too, was meant to be an ever-watchful guardian. The lamp flickered as she read, shadows dancing across the walls of knowledge that surrounded her. The silence of the library was not empty, it was filled with voices, gentle and patient, waiting only for her to listen. She felt herself less alone, as though the wisdom of centuries leaned close to whisper their secrets into her restless mind. When at last she rose, she tied the scrolls with care, returning each to its place. She extinguished her lamp, allowing moonlight through a narrow window to guide her out. The library fell back into darkness, but the words remained with her, glowing softly within the sleepless queen-like stars hidden behind clouds. The palace gardens were famed across the empire, their terraces filled with rare flowers and fruit-bearing trees brought from every conquered land. By day they were alive with gardeners, scribes recording the plants, and nobles walking among the shaded paths. But at night, beneath starlight, the gardens transformed into something far more secreted dreamscape. Only the sleepless queen could truly witness. Semiramis walked barefoot upon the cool stone paths, her sandals left at the gate. She carried no torch, for the moon itself lit the terraces, silvering every leaf and petal. The air was heavy with fragrance, the sweetness of night-blooming jasmine, the faint spice of lilies that unfurled only after dusk, and the sharp freshness of mint growing near the fountains. She wandered slowly, her hand trailing over the smooth edges of marble railings. The sound of water trickled from every corner, streams weaving through carved channels, fountains pouring into basins, hidden pools alive with soft ripples. The queen closed her eyes, letting the rhythm of water soothe her restless mind. Though she could not sleep, she allowed herself to drift in its music, as though floating upon its gentle flow. Deeper in the garden, a rare sight awaited her. The moonflowers had opened, their large white petals glowing faintly, as if they carried their own inner light. Semiramis knelt beside them, inhaling their delicate fragrance. To her, they seemed like the stars fallen from the sky to bloom in silence upon the earth. As she rose, she heard the faint rustle of wings. A white owl, its feathers shining ghost-like, settled upon a nearby cypress. It turned its round eyes upon her, unblinking, as though it recognized her as a fellow wanderer of the night. The queen bowed her head gently, acknowledging the kinship between them. Both watched, both waited, both carried the hours that others abandoned to dreams. She followed a narrow path lined with roses. Their blooms were closed tightly, guarding their beauty for the daylight, yet she admired them still. Not every treasure needed to reveal itself at once. Some were meant to be hidden, like secrets waiting for the right moment to unfold. At the heart of the garden lay a pool edged with lotus flowers. She sat beside it, dipping her hand into the cool water. The ripples spread across the surface, reflecting the stars above. For a moment, she imagined the pool as a mirror to the heavens, a reminder that the world above and below were forever bound. Her sleeplessness did not weigh on her here. The garden welcomed her wakefulness, offering scents, sounds, and visions that only the night revealed. It was as though the earth itself had saved its most delicate wonders for her alone. When she finally rose, the flowers swayed gently in the breeze, and the owl still kept its silent watch. The queen left the garden slowly, her heart calmed by the hidden beauty of midnight blossoms and the song of flowing water. Beyond the council halls and treasuries lay a quieter room. Few entered the chamber of ancient maps. It was here that scribes recorded the conquests of kings, charted rivers, measured mountains, and drew the fragile lines that bound the empire together. By day, it smelled of ink, papyrus, and the soft grit of pigments. By night, it was still and vast, like a land waiting to be rediscovered. Semiramis stepped into the chamber, the bronze door closing softly behind her. Moonlight filtered through a high lattice, spreading across long tables where scrolls and parchments lay unfurled. The air was cool, touched with the faint musk of dust and cedarwood. She lit a single lamp, its glow spilling across the tables until the maps seemed to breathe, their lines shimmering as though alive. She moved slowly, unrolling a parchment edged in crimson. Upon it lay the rivers of Mesopotamia, flowing like veins across the earth. Tiny cities were marked with careful strokes, each a jewel in the empire's crown. Her finger traced the path of the Euphrates, winding through lands she had never seen with her own eyes. Though she had stood upon palace walls and gazed across deserts, the maps revealed an empire far larger than sight could ever grant. Another scroll showed mountains rising like sharp teeth, their peaks inked in black. Along their edges, scribes had painted forests, dotted with animals and hunters. To Semiramis, the maps were not simply tools of war or governance. They were dreams pressed into ink, visions of places distant yet connected by the breath of her empire. As she leaned over the table, her lamp flickered and her eyes lifted. Through it, stars gleamed faintly. She smiled at the thought. The maps below and the heavens above both offered the same mystery. Lines and points stretching endlessly, each promising lands yet to be reached. Perhaps the sleepless were meant to carry both worlds within them, the earthly and the celestial, the ink and the stars. Her hand brushed another scroll, one more ancient than the rest. Its surface was worn, the ink faded. It depicted not cities, but symbols, spirals, circles, and lines radiating outward like suns. The queen studied it with quiet wonder. Was it a map of land or of thought? Did it chart rivers or the flow of dreams? No scribe remained to tell its story, and so it whispered only silence. Yet Semiramis felt comfort in its mystery, as though it reminded her that even rulers could not hold all knowledge. The lamplight warmed the parchment, casting soft shadows across the chamber. Semiramis sat at the table for a long while, her hand resting on the maps, as if she could feel the lands themselves pulsing beneath her palm. She thought of her sleepless nights, not as burdens, but as horizons stretching, alive with unseen possibilities at last. She rolled the maps gently, replacing them in their niches. She left the chamber in silence, carrying the image of rivers, stars, and forgotten symbols with her into the long hours of wakefulness. The royal stables stretched along the eastern wall of the palace, vast as a small city. By day, the air rang with the stamping of hooves, the calls of grooms, and the clatter of bridles and chariots. By night, however, the stables breathed like a sleeping giant, filled with warmth, hastened air, and the steady rhythm of resting creatures. Semiramis entered quietly, pushing aside the heavy wooden doors. A wave of heat met her face, for the stables were always warmer than the cool stone halls of the palace. Lanterns burned faintly along the walls, casting golden circles that trembled against the timbers. She inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance of cedarwood, straw, and the earthy presence of horses. Rows upon rows of stalls stretched before her. Within them stood the empire's finest steed-swift, black horses bred for war, white mares cherished for their grace, and dappled stallions gifted by distant lands. Though most slept standing, heads bowed and eyes half shut, they stirred at her passing, their ears twitching, their tails swaying gently. Semiramis moved slowly, her fingers trailing across the polished wood of the stalls. She stopped by a great black stallion, its mane long and tangled from the day's ride. The horse lifted its head, dark eyes reflecting the lantern glow. She reached out her hand, and it pressed its muzzle against her palm with quiet trust. The warmth of the creature soothed her, its breath a steady rhythm, like waves upon a shore. Deeper into the stables, she found the younger foals curled in straw, their small bodies trembling softly with each breath. She crouched beside them, her robe spreading across the hay. One stirred, blinking up at her with wide eyes before settling once more. The sight touched her heart. Here was innocence untouched by war, by crown, by sleeplessness. For a moment she envied the simplicity of their slumber. The queen rose and walked toward the training yard, where the moonlight poured through high windows and spilled across the floor. The hooves of her people's chariots had once thundered here, but now it lay silent, filled only with the scent of leather and grain. She stood in the center, listening, not to silence, but to the breath of horses. All around her the heartbeat of the empire itself. Her sleeplessness no longer seemed a curse as she stood among them. It was a watchfulness, like that of the horses who guarded the night with their quiet strength. They did not speak, yet their presence calmed her spirit, reminding her that strength often dwelled in stillness. When she turned to leave, the stallion she had touched whinnied softly, a sound low and almost mournful. She paused, placing her hand once more upon its mane, whispering a wordless blessing before stepping back into the night. The stables settled again into their calm, and the sleepless queen carried the warmth of the horses with her into the hours ahead. Few knew of the rooftop gardens that crowned the highest chambers of the palace. They were not spoken of in council or shown to visiting envoys, for they were meant as a sanctuary for the royal family alone. Raised high above the city, they touched the very sky, where winds carried the scent of blossoms far beyond the walls of Nineveh. Semiramis ascended the narrow staircases hidden behind tapestries, her fingers brushing the cool stone as she climbed. The air grew fresher with each step, touched by the night breeze. At last she pushed open a bronze gate and emerged onto the roof, where the heavens stretched vast above her and the gardens shimmered with dew. Here, vines twined across trellises of cedar, their leaves silvered by the moon. Pomegranate trees stood in carved stone planters, their fruit hanging heavy, glowing faintly in the starlight. Between them lay winding paths bordered with rare flowers, pale blossoms from the mountains, delicate herbs from distant valleys, and great lilies that unfurled only at night. The queen walked slowly, her robe whispering against the stone. Each breath she took was rich with fragrance, jasmine, mint, and the sharp sweetness of ripe fruit. She paused at a basin where water trickled gently from a carved lion's mouth, its surface shimmering like glass. Dipping her fingers into the cool pool, she watched ripples spread outward, mirroring the stars above. From this height, the city below was silent. The sounds of merchants, guards, and musicians had faded into dreams, leaving only the vast hush of night. Yet Semiramis did not feel alone. The rooftop garden seemed alive, each leaf and flower breathing with her, each star above watching with quiet care. She knelt beside a cluster of rare blue blossoms that opened only beneath starlight. Their petals trembled in the breeze, glowing faintly as though they drew their strength directly from the heavens. She touched one gently, marveling at its fragility. In that moment, she thought of her sleeplessness not as weakness. Her eyes lifted to the sky, a vast tapestry of stars arched above, brighter here than anywhere else in the city. She spread her arms slightly, as though to embrace them, her figure framed by vines that swayed gently in the wind. It was as if the garden itself was suspended between heaven and earth, and she, the sleepless queen, stood at its heart when she finally turned to leave. She looked once more upon the blossoms, the water and the trees, heavy with fruit. She whispered, a promise to return, for though her body knew no rest, her spirit found calm here among the gardens above the sky. Beneath the palace, hidden within a wing few visited after nightfall, lay the chamber of sacred incense. It had been built generations earlier, when Assyrian kings believed that fragrant smoke could bridge the mortal and divine. Priests still tended it on festival days, but in the deep hours of the night, it belonged to silence. Semiramis descended the steps slowly, carrying a small clay lamp to light her way. The air grew thicker as she approached, rich with aromas that seemed to linger even before she entered. When she reached the great bronze doors, she pressed her hand against their cool surface. The doors groaned open, and at once the scents of cedar, myrrh, and frankincense flowed toward her like a gentle tide. Inside, the chamber glowed faintly, though no torches burned. Instead, bronze censers hung from chains along the walls, their coals still smoldering from the day's rituals. Wisps of smoke curled upward, tracing patterns in the air, weaving together into ribbons that drifted and dissolved. It was as though the room itself breathed. Semiramis stepped into the chamber, her footsteps muffled by woven reed mats. She moved slowly, almost reverently, to the center, where a great stone basin stood. Within it, ash glowed faintly red, and a priest had left bundles of herbs for the next dawn. The queen took one lavender, bound with threads of gold, and laid it gently on the embers. At once, the air blossomed with fragrance. Sweetness rose and mingled with spice, a perfume that filled her chest and seemed to soften the tension that sleeplessness always carried. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply. For a moment, she felt as though she stood not in stone and shadow, but in a forest after rain, beneath a sky heavy with stars. The smoke swirled around her, slow and graceful. Shapes seemed to form within it, wings of birds, curling rivers, the outlines of mountains. Perhaps it was only her weary mind, but she welcomed the visions. They felt like dreams come while still awake. She watched as the smoke took the shape of a crown, then dissolved, then reformed as a dove lifting into the air. Semiramis lowered herself onto a carved bench. Her robe pooled around her as she sat, her lamp flickering. The longer she breathed the scented air, the calmer her thoughts became. She no longer counted the hours without sleep or the endless duties of rule. Instead, she let the incense carry her into a quiet stillness. The chamber, though deep beneath the palace, felt like a bridge to another world. Here, the burden of her sleepless nights was softened by the fragrance of earth, tree, and flame. Here, she could imagine that her wakefulness was not a curse, but a gift that allowed her to witness mysteries hidden from others. When she finally rose, the smoke still drifted lazily through the chamber, curling toward the ceiling as though it sought the heavens themselves. She left the herbs to burn, whispering a prayer of gratitude before stepping back into the stairway's cool shadows. The fragrance clung to her robe, a gentle reminder that peace could be found even in the heart of night. Behind a door hidden within the palace's northern wing, there lay a place few ever entered, a library not of scrolls, but of clay. The Assyrian kings, long before Semiramis's reign, had commanded scribes to carve every law, prayer, and tale of the empire into tablets, to endure even after fire and flood. This library was their resting place, silent and eternal. Semiramis found the door on one of her nightly wanderings. Its surface was plain, carved from cedar, without markings to reveal its purpose. Yet when she pressed against it, the hinges gave way, and a cool breath of air slipped through, carrying with it the dry, earthen scent of ancient clay. She lifted her lamp and stepped inside. The chamber stretched wider than she expected, its walls lined with shelves of stone. Upon them, stacked with careful order, rested thousands of clay tablets, rectangles, and squares, each pressed with cuneiform marks. The flicker of her flame caught the edges of their carvings, making them seem alive, as though the words themselves wished to speak. The queen walked slowly, her sandals whispering against the floor. Each row felt like a corridor of memory, leading her deeper into the heart of her empire's past. She paused before one shelf, lifting a tablet carefully into her hands. It was heavy, cool, and rough, the indentations deep and precise. She tilted it toward the light and read aloud the first lines, a hymn to Ishtar. goddess of the stars. Her voice sounded small in the vast chamber, yet the words carried, echoing softly. She closed her eyes and imagined the priest who had once sung this hymn in a temple, his voice rising to the heavens. Time folded upon itself in that moment. Though sleepless, Semiramis felt joined to countless souls who had come before her, all watching the same skies, all seeking meaning in the divine. Setting the hymn aside, she moved deeper still. Some tablets bore accounts of trade, harvests, and treaties, practical matters of rule. Others told of battles long past, of kings whose names were nearly forgotten. Yet some were strangers still, stories of creatures who lived beyond the rivers, of floods that swallowed whole cities, of stars that foretold the fate of nations. She lingered over one such tale, tracing the cuneiform marks with her finger. It spoke of a king who, like her, could not sleep, and who wandered his palace at night seeking wisdom. The resemblance startled her. Was it mere chance? Or did sleeplessness carry its own lineage among rulers, a hidden inheritance of the crown? The scent of clay and oil filled the air, grounding her even as her mind soared through centuries of memory. Here, in this chamber of stone and silence, she felt less alone. Her wakefulness was a bridge across time, a thread that tied her not only to her people, but to the rulers who had endured the same long nights at last. She replaced the tablets carefully, her hands lingering a moment upon the cool clay. She whispered a promise into the shadows that she would return, that she would carry forward the wisdom etched by hands long gone. Then, lifting her lamp high, she left the library to its quiet eternity. Night had nearly passed when Semiramis left the hidden library. The palace was quiet, its chambers resting as if wrapped in a great, unbroken dream. Yet the queen's eyes remained clear, the weight of sleeplessness softened by the fragrance of incense and the wisdom of ancient tablets. Drawn by a quiet pull in her spirit, she made her way toward the temple courtyard, where the first touch of dawn awaited. The courtyard lay at the palace's heart, surrounded by colonnades carved with lions and winged spirits. By torchlight, these guardians often looked fierce, but in the gentle darkness before sunrise, they seemed softened, their stone faces calm and watchful. Semiramis entered barefoot, her robe trailing across the smooth paving stones. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of night-blooming flowers. At the center of the courtyard stood a great altar, its surface bare except for a bronze bowl of coals that glowed faintly red, a remnant of the fire that had burned through the night. Lowering herself to sit upon the steps of the altar, around her the courtyard breathed with silence. Above, the stars still glittered, though their brilliance was dimming as the sky began to pale. She watched them slowly surrender to the horizon, one by one fading into the coming day. Then came the first light. At first it was faint, a whisper of gold at the edge of the sky. Winged figures touched with fire. Shadows stretched long and thin, retreating as though bowing before the sun. Semiramis lifted her face. Warmth brushed her skin, subtle yet unmistakable. The light poured over the courtyard, over the columns, over the queen herself. It was as though the world, having held its breath all night, had exhaled at last. She felt no drowsiness, no relief of sleep. Instead, she felt a kind of renewal, as if the sleepless night had not drained her, but carried her gently into this moment of birth. Her eyes, tired though they were, saw the dawn with a clarity few ever knew. She had walked through every hour of the night to reach it in the stillness. She whispered a prayer, not for herself, but for her people, for the city that now stirred beneath her. She prayed that they would wake refreshed, that their dreams would bless them, and that her sleepless watch might serve as protection for them all. The light grew brighter, golden and pure, chasing away the last threads of shadow. Birds stirred in the garden beyond the walls, their voices rising in the first songs of morning. For a long time, Semiramis sat in silence, bathed in sunlight, a queen who never slept, yet who greeted each dawn as if it were her own secret treasure. As the first beams of sunlight stretched across Nineveh, the palace kitchens stirred with quiet life. Long before the court would gather, before nobles broke their fast, or servants bustled through the halls, the kitchens awoke in rhythm with the dawn. It was here, amid warmth and simple labor, that Semiramis now wandered, drawn by the promise of fire and fragrance. The kitchens were vast, a world unto themselves. Great hearths lined the walls, their flames already flickering as bakers fed them with bundles of dry wood. Clay ovens glowed faintly, their mouths yawning wide, awaiting loaves of dough that would soon rise golden and fragrant. Pots simmered gently, filling the air with the scent of herbs, honey, and milk. Semiramis entered quietly, though her presence could not go unnoticed for long. The bakers, startled at first, quickly lowered their eyes and bowed, their hands dusted with flour. She offered them a small smile, gentle, almost apologetic, and moved deeper into the kitchen, the soft soles of her sandals brushing against cool stone. One baker's apprentice, a boy no older than 12, struggled with a heavy basket of grain. Semiramis reached out, steadying it with her hand. His eyes widened, unsure whether to speak, but she only nodded, allowing him to pass. The queen's sleepless nights often carried her into places where few expected her. Yet here she felt no strangeness. The kitchens were alive with comfort, with tasks that asked nothing but patience and care. She paused by a long wooden table where dough was being kneaded. The bakers worked in steady rhythm, pressing and folding, their movements almost like a dance. She watched their hands, the way flour puffed into the air with each motion, settling like soft snow upon the boards. A thought stirred within her that perhaps there was wisdom here in this act of shaping something plain into something nourishing. The air grew warmer as the first loaves entered the ovens. Soon the fragrance of baking bread filled every corner of the chamber, rich and sweet, a scent that seemed to wrap itself around her sleepless body like a cloak. Semiramis closed her eyes for a moment, breathing deeply, and felt the edges of her restlessness soften at another table. Servants prepared fruit pomegranates, split to reveal their jeweled seeds, figs laid in neat rows, dates piled high in bronze bowls. Their colors glowed in the morning light, reminders of the earth's quiet abundance. The queen touched a single fig, its skin soft beneath her fingers, and wondered at the patience of the tree that bore it. Season after season, as the kitchens grew busier, the queen lingered by the ovens, watching as loaves were pulled free, their crusts crisp, their steam rising like morning mist. The bakers laid them in baskets lined with cloth, ready to be carried to the great hall. Semiramis lifted one loaf gently, breaking off a small piece. Warmth spread through her hands, and when she tasted it, the simple flavor carried her further into calm than any jeweled feast ever had. For a long time she remained there, not as ruler but as witness, taking solace in the humble rhythm of bread, fire, and dawn. In the kitchens, her insomnia was not a curse, it was simply a path that led her to see life's quiet foundations, the nourishment upon which empire stood. The palace gardens were never so alive as in the first hours after dawn, though the hanging gardens of Semiramis were famed across the world for their terraces of trees and flowing waters. It was in the quieter corners, away from the gaze of foreign envoys and nobles, that their truest beauty unfolded. Here, the queen often walked after a sleepless night, carrying her wakefulness into the freshness of morning. Semiramis entered through a small, arched gate, the bronze still cool beneath her fingers. At once she was greeted by the hush of leaves, trembling in the morning breeze, and the glitter of dew spread across every blade of grass. The air was rich with fragrant orange blossoms, lilies, and the faint sweetness of roses just beginning to open. Birds filled the garden with song, some perched upon high branches, their voices sharp and bright. Others fluttered low among the shrubs, their calls soft and quick. A pair of doves lifted into the air as she passed, their wings catching the sunlight like silver. She followed their flight with her eyes until they vanished above the highest terrace, their cries fading into the sky. She moved slowly along the stone paths, her sandals brushing the damp earth. At her side, fountains gurgled softly, their waters spilling over carved stone into pools filled with lilies. The sound was gentle, rhythmic, as though the garden itself was humming a lullaby. She paused at one of the pools, dipping her hand into the water. Coolness spread through her fingers, refreshing and grounding, a sharp contrast to the restless fire that sleeplessness always left within her. Everywhere she looked, life seemed to unfurl. Vines stretched upward, their tendrils curling as though reaching for the sky. Trees swayed with fruit, figs and pomegranates glowing in the morning light. Butterflies flitted among blossoms, their wings like fragments of painted glass. She breathed deeply, taking in the garden's fullness, its unspoken promise that life renews itself each day. Semiramis paused by a shaded bench carved of alabaster. She sat for a time, her robe spilling gracefully around her, and listened. The birds did not falter in their chorus. The fountains did not cease their flow. The garden moved at its own pace, unaware of sleepless queens or crowns, heavy with duty. She thought of her people, of the city awakening beyond the palace walls. Merchants would soon open their stalls, soldiers would take their posts, and families would gather for their first meals. All of it was rooted, she realized, in the same quiet rhythm she now observed in the garden, the rhythm of growth, patience, and renewal. Her eyes lifted once more to the highest terrace, where cypress trees stood tall against the pale sky. She felt no longing for sleep, only gratitude for the gift of witnessing the world in its most delicate hour. The morning belonged to her, and she to it, bound together in stillness and song. Before the city fully awakened, the palace courtyard held a quiet promise of sound. Musicians arrived early, preparing for the day's ceremonies. Their instruments polished, their strings tightened, and clay drums tuned to precise rhythm. For most, the music was part of grand spectacle, a signal of power and celebration. For Semiramis, it was an intimate symphony that touched her sleepless heart. She entered the courtyard barefoot, her robe brushing the marble floors. The morning light had just begun to warm the stone, casting soft shadows across the open space. From behind a colonnade, the faint sound of tuning strings reached her ears, delicate and tentative. The queen paused, allowing herself to fully listen. Each note trembled in the air, a fragile echo that promised harmony yet to come. The musicians, noticing her, bowed low. They were accustomed to her nocturnal wanderings. Yet her presence still carried quiet authority, a blessing upon their art. She smiled slightly and moved toward them, letting her gaze follow the curves of the lyres, the lengths of flutes, and the skins of drums stretched tight over wooden frames. One harpist plucked a single string. The note rose, pure and bright, and hung in the courtyard like a suspended droplet of light. Semiramis closed her eyes, letting it resonate within her chest. The sound mingled with the faint whisper of the morning breeze, weaving together into something almost sacred. Another musician joined, a flute whose tone was soft and breathy. A gentle conversation began between the instruments, a dialogue in air and vibration. She walked slowly among them, noticing the small gestures, the drummer tapping lightly with care, the harpist adjusting a string, the flutist tilting her head to catch the wind's direction. Each movement was deliberate, intimate, a dance unseen by the larger world. The queen found a low stone bench and sat, letting the music carry her thoughts like drifting leaves on a river. She imagined the notes rising beyond the palace walls, through the city streets, past rooftops and gardens, touching lives in ways she could not measure. And yet she felt a deep connection to the moment, to the rhythm of creation itself unfolding before her sleepless eyes. Birdsong from nearby gardens, intertwined with the instruments. The harmony of nature and human art created a tapestry of sound so gentle that it seemed to wrap the courtyard in calm. Semiramis breathed slowly, the tension of long hours easing with each vibration, each whisper of melody. She allowed herself to simply be listening, present, aware of the beauty that few would ever witness in such private intimacy. When the musicians finally paused, adjusting for the day ahead, Semiramis rose. She gave a subtle nod of gratitude, leaving the courtyard in silence once more. The music lingered in her mind, an invisible cloak of peace, carrying her forward through the hours of wakefulness that yet awaited. Beneath the palace gardens and marble terraces ran a secret network of aqueducts and channels, known to few but maintained with meticulous care. These waterways brought life to fountains, pools, and hidden gardens, their flow a constant reminder of the empire's wealth and ingenuity. In the quiet hours of dawn, they spoke to those willing to listen. Semiramis descended a narrow stair hidden behind a carved wall, her bare feet pressing lightly against the cool stone. The faint trickle of water grew louder as she approached, a melody carried from unseen basins. The air was damp but fragrant, mingled with the faint scent of moss and lilies from above. She entered a long corridor where channels ran along stone edges, their surfaces reflecting the flickering lamplight she carried. Water moved with gentle insistence, flowing around bends, over tiny thresholds, and through carved spouts into basins below. She paused, resting her hands on the cool stone, listening to the quiet rhythm of liquid motion. It was steady, soothing a heartbeat beneath the palace itself. As she moved deeper, small niches revealed themselves, holding pools filled with lotus flowers and floating petals. Moonlight filtered through tiny openings above, casting silver shafts across the flowing water. The queen crouched, dipping her fingers into a basin, letting the gentle current slip through her hands. Each ripple carried a faint echo, as if the water remembered every secret it had passed through over the centuries. The channels curved and twisted, opening onto hidden courtyards where fountains sang softly. Water fell in arcs, catching the first rays of sunlight that had begun to pierce the distant horizon. Semiramis watched the droplets shimmer like scattered jewels, each a fleeting reflection of the heavens. She allowed herself a small smile, feeling that these secret passages connected not just pools and fountains, but her own sleepless spirit to the life of the palace itself. Here, the world's noise did not reach her. No courtier, no guard, no clatter of daily life disturbed the delicate symphony of flowing water. The queen walked slowly along the channels, her eyes tracing the patterns of stonework, the gentle movement of liquid, the play of shadow and light. Each turn revealed another hidden marvel, a carved fish leaping from a spout, a tiny basin filled with perfumed oils, a channel that led upward to a sunlit terrace. For hours she wandered, feeling the pulse of the palace beneath her feet, the whisper of water guiding her through its hidden veins. In the flowing streams, she found a companion for her sleeplessness, a rhythm that never rested, never faltered, yet always provided comfort. Her mind, restless and alert, followed its meanderings and allowed herself a rare moment of serenity. When she finally emerged from the underground channels, the gardens above were bright with the new morning sun. Water trickled from fountains, birds sang, and flowers swayed gently in the breeze. Semiramis inhaled deeply, carrying with her the secret calm of whispering waters, a quiet strength she would hold through the long hours ahead. At the palace's highest tower, above marble terraces and hidden gardens, stood a circular observatory. Few had ever entered it, for its spiral staircase and brass telescope were preserved for moments of private contemplation. Here, the empire met the heavens, and Semiramis often ascended when sleepless nights stretched long into the early hours. The queen climbed the winding steps slowly, her fingers brushing the polished stone rail. Each step lifted her farther from the palace bustle and closer to the infinite sky. When she reached the observatory, a gentle wind greeted her, carrying the crisp scent of night air and distant orchards. She opened the wooden shutters, and the heavens spilled before her in a tapestry of light. Stars glittered like scattered jewels, their constellations sharp and clear in the dry night sky. Semiramis lifted a brass telescope, adjusting its lens to trace the patterns her ancestors had studied centuries before. Orion's belt gleamed with cool precision, and the Great Bear stretched across the northern horizon, timeless and steady. She traced the lines with her finger on the cold stone sill, imagining the hands of astronomers long past, charting the same points of light here in the observatory. The Queen's sleeplessness felt purposeful. While others slept, she traced the secrets of the heavens, following the arcs of planets and stars that had guided travelers, kings, and priests for generations. She felt a kinship with them, as though wakefulness itself was a bridge between earth and sky. A faint breeze carried the scent of jasmine from the rooftop gardens below, mingling with the crisp night air. Semiramis leaned against the telescope, closing her eyes for a moment. In the darkness, she imagined the sky bending closer, constellations whispering stories of empires and kings, of battles won and lost, of love and wisdom scattered across the night. Each star became a point of reflection, a reminder that even in wakefulness, she was part of something vast and eternal. She lowered the telescope and turned her gaze to the city beneath. Nineveh lay quiet, streets empty, fountains still, and palace walls softened by shadow. From above, it seemed peaceful, as though her sleepless watch protected it, a silent guardian tracing both stars and city alike. Time passed unnoticed. The constellations slowly shifted, and the first hints of dawn touched the eastern sky. Semiramis traced the final star with her hand, letting its brilliance linger in her mind. Though her body yearned for rest, her spirit felt light, carried by the cosmos. When she finally descended the spiral staircase, the palace awoke around her in faint whispers of morning. But she carried the observatory's quiet with her, a steady pulse of wonder and reflection, a reminder that sleeplessness could reveal truths hidden from ordinary hours. The palace armory was a chamber unlike any other, a sanctuary of metal and craftsmanship. By day, it resonated with the clanging of hammers, the scraping of whetstones, and the bustle of armorers preparing weapons for the Empire's soldiers. By night, however, it was quiet, its polished bronze and iron resting in the hush of shadowed corridors. It was a place where power was preserved in stillness, and Semiramis often walked its rows when the palace slept. She entered the armory through a tall, arched door, its hinges moving silently in welcome. Lanterns hung along the walls, their light soft and golden, reflecting off helmets and breastplates arranged with meticulous care. Swords leaned against racks, their edges glinting faintly, while shields, engraved with lions and celestial symbols, lined the far walls. The air smelled faintly of oiled metal, cedar, and leather, a scent that carried both strength and patience. Semiramis moved slowly among the displays, her eyes tracing the patterns etched into steel and bronze. Each weapon was more than a tool of war. It was a testament to the skill and devotion of artisans who poured days, weeks, and months into creation. She reached for a long spear, its shaft polished to smooth perfection, and ran her fingers along the engraved hieroglyphs. The inscriptions told stories of battles, victories, and protection, each line a silent prayer. A suit of armor stood on a raised pedestal, gilded yet tempered with practical strength. She approached it, noting the delicate engravings along the pauldrons, the interlacing patterns that told of gods and kings. The craftsmanship was so precise that even the smallest curve seemed purposeful. Semiramis imagined a warrior donning it, the metal encasing their body like a second skin, yet adorned with beauty that inspired awe. The queen wandered deeper into the armory, past rows of bronze shields, curved daggers, and ceremonial axes. In the faint morning light filtering through high windows, the metal gleamed softly, as though aware of its own timeless presence. She paused at a chest where finely crafted arrowheads rested, each one shaped to fly straight and true. Her fingers hovered above them, considering the care it took to craft such precision. Despite the association with war, the armory brought Semiramis a peculiar calm. Here was discipline, patience, and artistry combined in quiet perfection. The weapons did not threaten her. They reminded her of the empire's foundation, of order maintained through skill and devotion. She walked slowly along the racks, letting her eyes and mind absorb the quiet dignity of the place. After a long while, she turned to leave, her footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. The sun had risen higher, casting long shadows across the polished weapons, and the first sounds of palace activity began to reach her ears. Semiramis paused at the doorway, giving one last glance to the silent steel and gilded armor, carrying the quiet strength of the armory into the day ahead. Beyond the bustling halls of the palace lay a room seldom visited at dawn, the tapestry hall. Its walls were lined with rich fabrics, each thread meticulously dyed and embroidered to tell the history of the empire. Scenes of kings, gods, battles, and feasts stretched across its length, their colors vibrant even under the soft morning light. This hall offered quiet contemplation, a chance to walk among stories frozen in time. She entered quietly, her sandals whispering against the polished stone floor. The cool air of the hall carried the faint scent of wool and natural dyes, a mixture of earth and flower that reminded her of distant lands. Lanterns flickered softly along the walls, illuminating the figures woven into fabric, a chariot racing across a battlefield, a priest offering incense to a golden deity, a queen receiving tribute from faraway cities, letting her fingers hover above the threads without touching them. Each tapestry was alive with detail: the folds of robes, the expressions of kings and servants, the delicate flight of birds embroidered into the skies above the scenes. She traced her gaze across a depiction of a palace feast, imagining the clatter of goblets and the murmur of voices long silent in the center of the hall. A tapestry displayed the great goddess Ishtar, her arms outstretched as if welcoming all who entered. Semiramis paused before it, captivated by the intricacy of the embroidery. Gold threads caught the lantern light, shimmering faintly, while deep blues and rich reds highlighted the goddess's power and grace. It was a reminder of divine presence in human lives, a symbol of protection and wisdom. She wandered further, discovering a series of tapestries depicting royal hunts. Horses leaped across fields, hounds chased deer, and kings rode with stern concentration. Semiramis imagined herself in those scenes, riding silently among the shadows, alert and watchful, a queen unbroken by sleepless nights. The tapestry captured motion and stillness at once, and she marveled at the skill that transformed wool into such vivid life. Even as the city began to stir beyond the palace walls, the hall remained calm. Sunlight filtered through high windows, striking select portions of the embroidered walls, illuminating scenes as though the threads themselves were breathing. Semiramis felt the stories reach her across centuries, reminding her of continuity, of lessons preserved through art, and of the enduring spirit of rulers who, like her, walked long nights alone. Before leaving, she lingered by a tapestry of the empire's first kings. Their eyes, stitched in dark threads, seemed to watch her, guardians of memory and history. She bowed her head briefly in respect, whispering a promise to honor their legacy as she carried on through her sleepless night. As she stepped back into the brighter corridors, the colors and stories of the hall remained with her, weaving a quiet strength into her thoughts, a gentle reminder that history, like sleep, could be elusive yet ever present in subtle, beautiful forms. Tucked behind an unassuming wall near the northern wing of the palace lay a music room rarely visited by anyone but the royal family. Here, lyres, harps, and flutes rested in silence, their strings still taut, awaiting the gentle touch of hands skilled in melody. For Semiramis, the room was a refuge, a place where her sleepless hours transformed into intimate moments of sound and reflection. She entered softly, her bare feet pressing lightly against the cool stone floor. The air was tinged with the faint scent of polished wood and beeswax used on the instruments. Dust motes floated lazily in shafts of morning light that filtered through narrow windows, highlighting delicate carvings on the lyres, frames, vines, stars, and the faces of distant gods. Semiramis approached a harp resting on a low pedestal. Its strings glimmered in the soft light. Tentatively, she plucked a single note. It hung in the room, vibrating softly against the stone walls. Closing her eyes, she let the sound echo, weaving itself with the faint rustle of leaves and distant birdsong from the gardens outside. Next, she reached for a small lyre. With gentle precision, she strummed chords that felt like whispers of the past. The room seemed to respond, as though the instruments themselves recognized her presence. She imagined musicians from long ago, hands guiding the same strings, filling this chamber with music that touched gods and kings alike. Walking slowly along the walls, Semiramis paused before a collection of flutes. She lifted one, pressing her lips lightly to its mouthpiece. The note that emerged was soft, airy, and fleeting, blending with the harp and lyre. The combination created a delicate symphony that filled the hidden room. A private melody meant only for her ears. The queen sat upon a low bench, letting her fingers rest on the harp strings. She breathed deeply, feeling her heartbeat align with the rhythm of sound. The music, though simple, seemed to hold centuries of memory within its vibration songs of triumph, of sorrow, of quiet reflection that had survived empires and time outside. The palace began to stir the distant clatter of servants, the first calls of birds, but inside the music room, the world remained hushed. Semiramis let the sound wrap around her, its gentle flow soothing her wakefulness. She realized that sleepless nights were not empty. They were filled with these hidden, sacred moments where beauty could be found in solitude. Before leaving, she strummed one final note, letting it linger and fade slowly into silence. The instruments rested once more, yet the echoes remained in her mind, a quiet companion as she stepped back into the palace corridors. The hidden music room had given her peace, a gentle reassurance that even without sleep, the world offered wonder to those willing to seek it. The royal bathing chambers were tucked deep within the palace, away from corridors that saw the bustle of servants and courtiers. Marble floors stretched underfoot, and the walls were lined with polished alabaster basins. Water flowed constantly through hidden aqueducts, filling tubs and channels with a gentle, calming rhythm. In the early morning hours, when the world was still hushed, the chambers became a sanctuary, a place where Semiramis could care for herself in silence. She entered quietly, the soft echoes of her bare feet melding with the murmur of flowing water. Steam rose gently from a large tub, scented with oils extracted from lilies, cedarwood, and a hint of rose. The air was warm, comforting, and fragrant, brushing against her skin like a soft caress. She drew a breath, letting the steam carry away the tension that sleepless nights often left behind. Semiramis approached the tub, dipping her fingers into the water. It rippled softly, reflecting the dim lantern light that flickered along the walls. She stepped in slowly, feeling the warmth envelop her, soothing muscles stiff from long hours of restlessness. The water carried her weight, supporting her in a gentle embrace. Around the chamber, carved niches held bowls of oils, each carefully prepared with herbs and resins. Semiramis lifted a small bowl of oil, its scent earthy and sweet, and poured a few drops into the water. Tiny ripples spread across the tub's surface, scattering the soft golden light and mingling with the fragrance that filled the air. She closed her eyes, letting the combined warmth and aroma transport her thoughts far from palace duties. Beyond sleepless worry, the queen allowed herself to linger in the water, tracing her fingers across the smooth surface, listening to the gentle murmur of the aqueducts beneath. Each movement, each sound, felt meditative, a rhythm that echoed the pulse of her own heart. She reflected on the empire, on the lives she touched, and on the quiet hours when the world revealed its hidden treasures. Here, she was both sovereign and observer, immersed in a ritual that nourished body and spirit alike. After a long moment, Semiramis rose, letting the water cascade over her shoulders, her skin warm and fragrant. She wrapped herself in a soft linen robe, the fibers cool against her still damp skin, and paused at the chamber's window. Morning light filtered through, illuminating marble and mosaics, casting patterns across the floor. She felt renewed, her mind clearer, despite the absence of sleep. Before leaving, she whispered, a quiet acknowledgement of gratitude, warmth, fragrance, and the serene solitude that allowed her to gather strength. She stepped out of the bathing chambers and into the palace corridors, ready to continue her vigil over the city and her empire. The ritual had transformed wakefulness into quiet meditation, a gentle companion through the long hours of night and dawn. The palace's inner courtyards were spaces of quiet sanctity, designed for contemplation, ceremony, and connection to the divine. As Semiramis stepped from the bathing chambers, the soft morning light spilled over stone paving and flowering terraces. The air carried the subtle scent of incense and dew, and the gentle murmur of priests preparing for offerings reached her ears before she even rounded the first colonnade. She moved along the stone paths, her robes gliding silently across the paving, observing without intrusion. A small group of priests arranged vessels filled with oils, grains, and water, their hands steady and precise. Every movement seemed deliberate, almost choreographed, as if the courtyard itself guided them in the rhythm of devotion. Semiramis paused near a marble fountain at the center of the courtyard. Water trickled over carved lion heads, filling the space with a delicate, continuous sound. The priests knelt nearby, lifting their arms in prayer and setting offerings at carefully marked spots. Their chants were soft at first, almost a whisper, yet their resonance mingled with the fountain, forming a melody that felt as old as the palace itself. She noticed a priest tending a small flame atop a bronze altar. The fire flickered in response to the morning breeze, casting dancing shadows across the columns. Semiramis watched, mesmerized by the interplay of light, shadow, and sacred intention. The ritual unfolded slowly, each gesture significant, yet flowing naturally with the rhythm of the courtyard and the gentle awakening of the day. The queen wandered further, stepping lightly across mosaic pathways adorned with depictions of celestial beings. She saw offerings of bread placed carefully in rows, petals scattered like a soft carpet, and water poured in shallow bowls to honor gods of fertility and protection. Every detail, from the tilt of a vessel to the placement of incense, seemed imbued with a meditative patience. Birdsong from nearby gardens drifted in, harmonizing with the soft chants and trickle of fountains. Semiramis closed her eyes for a moment, letting the combined sounds and scents envelop her. Though she had not slept, she felt a profound sense of restfulness here. In the gentle pulse of devotion that threaded the palace with calm, she walked slowly toward the edge of the courtyard, observing a small pool where lotus flowers floated. Their reflections shimmered in the morning light, bending with the ripples of water stirred by the fountain. Semiramis traced their patterns with her eyes, finding in them a metaphor for her own sleepless nights, stillness amidst motion, clarity within constant change. Before leaving the courtyard, she offered a quiet nod to the priests, a gesture of acknowledgement for the sacred rhythm they maintained. As she retreated to the palace corridors, the sounds of ritual continued, a soothing background to her walk, reminding her that even in wakefulness, the world carried moments of quiet beauty and divine connection. The palace stables were tucked at the eastern edge of the complex, near the gardens and flowing water channels. Though usually bustling with activity during the day, the early morning hours held a calm all their own. The soft smell of hay and leather mixed with dew-laden air, creating a quiet haven for both horses and the queen who wandered its corridors. Semiramis entered through a wide, wooden door, worn smooth by years of use. The stable hands had already begun their gentle work, brushing coats and filling troughs with fresh water, their movements slow and precise. The horses, majestic and powerful, stirred as the morning light filtered through high windows, dust motes dancing like tiny stars in the beams. She paused near a stall where a pure white mare lifted her head gracefully. The horse's dark eyes regarded the queen with curiosity and calm, nostrils flaring slightly as she sniffed the air. Semiramis reached out slowly, resting her palm on the mare's smooth neck. The warmth beneath her hand spread through her, a quiet reassurance in the midst of wakefulness. Other horses stirred, shifting in their stalls, shaking their manes, and gently stamping on the floor. Their soft sounds, the clop of hooves, the occasional snort, the swish of tails created a rhythm as soothing as the flowing aqueducts she had walked earlier. Semiramis moved among them, her eyes taking in the strength and beauty of each animal, appreciating the trust that existed between horse and caretaker, animal and observer. She wandered further into the stable, passing rows of carefully maintained saddles, bridles, and harnesses. Each piece of equipment spoke of dedication and craft, of artisans who worked to ensure that every strap and clasp could support both rider and mount. Semiramis traced a finger along a polished saddle, imagining a rider preparing for a journey at sunrise, the horse's breath misting in the cool morning air outside. The first bird song from the nearby gardens drifted in through open windows, mingling with the soft shuffle of hooves. Semiramis crouched near a stall to watch a foal take tentative steps, wobbling slightly before finding balance. She smiled, enchanted by its tentative confidence, a reflection, perhaps, of the empire itself, learning, growing, yet supported by careful hands and gentle guidance. She stayed in the stables for some time, moving quietly from one stall to another, allowing the presence of the animals to wash over her restless spirit. In their patience, their gentle strength, and their quiet interactions with the grooms, she found a lesson, even amidst duty, watchfulness, and sleeplessness. There was room for calm, for observation, and for the tender rhythms of life as sunlight grew stronger, illuminating the wooden beams and straw-covered floors. Semiramis took a final glance at the horses, their eyes following her, and stepped back into the corridors of the palace. She carried with her the soft calm of the stables, a reminder that beauty and serenity could be found even in the busiest corners of the empire. The palace rooftop terraces stretched high above the bustling streets and sprawling gardens of Nineveh. Carved stone balustrades framed rows of potted plants and small fountains, while creeping vines climbed gracefully along columns and walls. From this vantage point, Semiramis could watch the city slowly awaken, each sound and scent magnified by the quiet of the early morning. She stepped lightly along the stone paths, her robe flowing with the gentle breeze that whispered across the terraces. The first sunlight had begun to kiss the tops of distant walls, casting long shadows that stretched like sleepy fingers across the rooftops. In the air floated the faint scent of bread baking in distant kitchens, mingling with the fragrance of morning flowers and the earthy aroma of dew-laden gardens come from the terraces. The city appeared as a mosaic of life, merchants opening their stalls, servants carrying water and oil, children stumbling sleepily along cobbled streets. Horses trotted toward stables, their hooves clopping softly, while the murmur of distant prayers floated from temples. Semiramis observed it all with quiet fascination, noting the rhythm of activity that would soon become the day's constant pulse. She paused at a small fountain, the water catching sunlight and scattering tiny rainbows across the stone floor. Doves perched nearby, cooing softly as they preened their feathers. Semiramis leaned on the balustrade, letting her gaze wander across the terraces and into the city beyond. She thought of the lives beneath Hertha, quiet moments, the struggles, the joy. Sand felt a profound connection to the empire she ruled. Awake and aware, while others slept, her eyes drifted upward as well, toward the sky now pale blue with the early sun. Clouds brushed lightly across the horizon, and birds wheeled in slow arcs, their calls echoing softly against the stone walls. She traced the patterns of their flight, feeling the gentle pull of morning energy, a quiet power that did not demand but invited observation and reflection. Along the terraces, small gardens bloomed with jasmine, roses, and lilies. Semiramis crouched to inhale the fragrance of a single blossom, the soft petals brushing her fingers. In that delicate aroma, she found a meditation. The world was awakening, yet in the stillness of the terrace, she could move with it rather than be swept away. The calm of early light, the scents, the gentle movement of water and arrow combined to soothe the restless mind of a queen who never slept as she moved from terrace to terrace. Stepping lightly over worn stone, she felt the city's heartbeat sync with her own. Even in sleeplessness, there was clarity and presence to be found, a quiet joy in witnessing the daily renewal of life, both in the palace and beyond its walls. When she finally descended toward the inner halls, the scents of bread, spices, and flowers lingered in her senses, carrying with them the serene energy of the terraces. Her sleepless hours were no longer just time spent awake. They were moments rich with observation, calm and reflection. The palace library was a sanctuary of knowledge, a quiet labyrinth of shelves and alcoves where ancient scrolls and manuscripts rested in reverent order. By day, scribes and scholars moved among its aisles, cataloging, copying, and translating texts. But in the early morning, when the world outside still slumbered, the library exhaled a stillness that seemed eternal. Forcing it was a place where sleepless hours transformed into whispered journeys through the past. She entered through a carved wooden door, its hinges echoing softly in the empty hall. The air was fragrant with parchment, ink, and a faint hint of cedar from the bookshelves. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, illuminating dust motes that floated lazily like tiny stars suspended in midair. The queen moved quietly along the aisles, her fingers tracing the spines of scrolls, carefully rolled and bound with colored threads. Her eyes fell upon a shelf containing texts about the empire's early rulers, their victories, treaties, and acts of diplomacy. She lifted a scroll and unrolled it carefully on a low stone table. The symbols and characters, meticulously scribed, told stories of ambition, courage, and wisdom. Semiramis traced each curve of ink with her fingers, feeling a connection to rulers who had walked the corridors of power long before her, who too had faced sleepless nights in contemplation of their cities and peoples. A nearby alcove held manuscripts on astronomy and mathematics. She studied diagrams of celestial movements and sketches of observatories, recalling her own wanderings beneath the stars. The knowledge felt alive in the stillness, a bridge across centuries, connecting her mind to minds long vanished. The library's silence was deep but not oppressive. The soft creak of wooden shelves, the faint rustle of scrolls, and the occasional distant call of a bird outside blended into a gentle rhythm, soothing her restless spirit. Semiramis wandered further, discovering scrolls on poetry, rituals, and the natural world. Each text offered a quiet revelation, a meditation in ink, a story of human endeavor, or an observation of the cosmos. She paused at a manuscript detailing the empire's gardens, tracing the illustrations of fountains, terraces, and floral arrangements. The drawings mirrored the terraces she had walked on and the secret gardens she had explored in the night. For a moment she smiled, sensing the continuity between knowledge, creation, and experience, between history preserved on parchment and life unfolding in real time. After long hours of wandering among scrolls, Semiramis gently rolled the manuscripts back into place. She left the library carrying not only the wisdom of her ancestors, but also a sense of calm and purpose. The quiet contemplation of knowledge, unhurried and intimate, offered her a serenity that few hours awake could rival a silent testament to the power of observation, reflection, and enduring curiosity. Hidden behind a narrow corridor of the palace, concealed from all but the queen and her closest attendants, lay the herbal chambers. Shelves of finely carved wood and stone niches were lined with jars, pouches, and bundles of rare plants. The air was thick with fragrance lavender, frankincense, myrrh, and the subtle green aroma of freshly picked herbs. It was a sanctuary of scent and quiet, a place where knowledge of healing and ritual was preserved in the hush of centuries. Semiramis stepped inside, closing the door softly behind her. The warm, perfumed air wrapped around her like a cloak, carrying hints of mint, sage, and roses. She inhaled deeply, letting the fragrances ground her, calming the restlessness that had accompanied yet another sleepless night. Light from a small skylight filtered in, illuminating the jars and bundles in muted gold, casting long shadows across the polished stone floor. She moved slowly among the shelves, her hands brushing the carefully labeled jars. Each contained dried leaves, roots, or powdered flowers, meticulously preserved. Some jars were marked for medicinal purposes, others for rituals or fragrance preparation. Semiramis picked up a small bundle of rosemary, inhaling its earthy scent, and remembered how it had been used to clear both air and mind. She placed it back gently, moving to a cluster of delicate jasmine buds tied with silk. The subtle aroma wrapped around her senses, blending with the warmth of the chamber. In a corner, a small table held mortar and pestles, alongside scrolls detailing ancient formulas for healing and incense preparation. Semiramis ran her fingers along the smooth surfaces, imagining generations of women and men who had worked in these chambers, their hands steady as they mixed powders, crushed petals, and measured oils. Each movement, each careful combination was a quiet act of preservation, a bridge between nature, magic, and knowledge. She walked toward a small fountain in the center of the chamber. Water trickled into a shallow basin, reflecting the soft light above. The gentle murmur of flowing water mingled with the heady aromas, creating an atmosphere of meditative calm. Semiramis knelt beside it, dipping her fingers into the water, letting its coolness mingle with the warmth of the room. She traced her fingers through the reflection, seeing in it a blend of her own presence and the centuries of quiet labor that had made this chamber a living. Minutes passed without notice. The queen wandered further, lifting dried bundles of sage, marjoram, and rose petals, inhaling their scents and imagining their uses in ceremonies and rituals. Each plant carried a story, a purpose, and a subtle power that resonated through time. Here, in the hush of dawn, She felt connected to the natural world, to knowledge preserved, and to the rhythms of life that flourished beyond the palace walls. Before leaving, Semiramis arranged a few bundles on the central table, letting the fragrances mingle freely. She stepped back toward the corridor, carrying the secret calm of the herbal chambers with her. The quiet, the scents, and the meticulous care of generations lingered in her mind, a soft companion for the remaining hours of her wakefulness. The palace corridors stretched long and winding, their walls a canvas of stone reliefs depicting kings, queens, battles, and sacred rituals. By day, courtiers and guards hurried past these carvings, scarcely noticing the stories etched into the cold stone. But in the quiet of early morning, the corridors seemed alive, each figure, horse, and deity frozen in eternal narrative, waiting for someone to notice and listen. Semiramis moved silently along the polished stone floor, her bare feet muted against its surface. Lanterns hung intermittently along the walls, casting soft pools of light. The shadows accentuated the depth of each image, the folds of robes, the gleam of swords, the reverent gestures of priests offering sacrifices. She paused often, her eyes tracing each line, each curve, allowing the stories to reveal themselves slowly. Without rush, one relief depicted the empire's greatest victory, soldiers advancing with shields raised, chariots charging across the field. Semiramis studied the expressions carved into stone: courage, determination, fleeting fear, and the quiet pride of leaders. She imagined the dust and sun on that battlefield, the rhythm of marching feet, and the whispered prayers of warriors. In the stillness of the corridor, the memory seemed tangible, as if time itself had been paused for her observation. Further along, she came upon depictions of sacred rituals. Priests lifted offerings to the gods, their movements frozen yet fluid in the mastery of the sculptor. Flames flickered from carved altars, lions crouched protectively, and celestial symbols danced along the top edges. Semiramis stood before them, contemplating the devotion and discipline that had guided generations, reflecting on her own sleepless watch over the city and empire. The corridors were not uniform. Some opened onto small balconies overlooking courtyards, where the first light of dawn spilled across stone and foliage. From these vantage points, Semiramis observed fountains and gardens, the soft murmur of water blending with birdsong. The carvings on the walls seemed to respond to her presence. The stories of triumph and ceremony, enhanced by the living world outside the palace walls. She lingered near a panel showing the queen who had founded the royal gardens, her hands extended toward the earth in blessing. Semiramis felt a kinship with that distant figure, understanding the patience, foresight, and care required to nurture both people and empire. Her sleepless hours, often solitary, were a continuation of that vigilance, a quiet stewardship that bound past, present, and future together. Before leaving the corridor, Semiramis ran her fingers lightly along a carved depiction of a flowing river, imagining the sound of water echoing through the halls. The corridor had shared its secrets with her, offering meditation, reflection, and a connection to history that transcended sleep. As she stepped into the adjoining hall, she carried with her the weightless knowledge of the stories etched in stone, a calm companion for the hours ahead. At the topmost level of the palace, concealed behind a narrow stone arch, lay a garden few had ever visited, known only to the queen and a handful of trusted attendants. It was a sanctuary where the world of stone, sky, and flora converged. Here, night-blooming flowers released their scents long after the sun had vanished, and delicate fountains whispered quietly to anyone who paused to listen. For Semiramis, this hidden garden offered solace during her sleepless nights, a place where the hours stretched peacefully under the stars. She stepped into the garden softly, her bare feet brushing against the smooth stone paths. Jasmine and moonflowers exhaled their fragrance, weaving a sweet, intoxicating aroma that mingled with the cool night air. The faint trickle of water from a small marble fountain echoed gently through the garden, adding a rhythm to the stillness. Tiny lanterns, their light muted and warm, illuminated the edges of the flower beds, casting soft glows on leaves glistening with dew. Semiramis wandered slowly along the winding paths, pausing to inhale the perfume of each bloom. A cluster of night-blooming lilies reflected the lantern light like delicate flames, their petals unfolding in slow perfection. She traced her fingers lightly across the soft petals, marveling at how nature's design seemed to mimic the precision of the palace's finest artisans. The queen moved toward the center of the garden, where a larger fountain rested beneath an open pergola. Water spilled into a shallow basin, creating soft ripples that shimmered under the faint moonlight still clinging to the sky. She knelt beside it, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water. The sound and touch combined, creating a meditation, a quiet anchor for the restless mind that had carried her through countless sleepless hours. Disturbed by the gentle breeze stirred in the trees, their soft chirps harmonizing with the water's murmur. Semiramis closed her eyes, listening, inhaling, feeling the calm settle deep within her. Each plant, each fountain, and each soft movement of air seemed imbued with a quiet energy, a reminder that even in solitude, life moved gently alongside her. She wandered to a corner where a small trellis held climbing roses and honeysuckle, their fragrance heavier here, richer in the evening's cool. She traced their tendrils with her fingertips, imagining the careful hands that had planted and tended them, ensuring beauty for centuries to come. The garden was a bridge between the celestial and the earthly, a quiet observatory of both stars and blossoms, each whispering secrets to those who paused long enough to listen. After a long, meditative walk, Semiramis sat on a stone bench beneath the pergola. She let the scents, sounds, and gentle illumination surround her, the sleepless night dissolving into the serenity of observation. Time became irrelevant here, the hours melting like petals drifting on the fountain's surface. When she finally rose and stepped back into the palace corridors, the garden's calm lingered, a soft companion for her continued vigil. The royal council chamber was vast and solemn, a place where the empire's weight and wisdom had been exercised for generations. By day, advisors and scribes filled the room, voices murmuring, sandals echoing against polished stone floors, and the rustle of scrolls accompanying each discussion. But in the early hours, the chamber held a different kind of presence, calm anticipation, as if the room itself waited with bated breath. Semiramis entered quietly, the long doors parting silently to reveal the mosaics that adorned the floors and walls. Each mosaic depicted a story, the founding of cities, the triumphs of kings, and the ceremonial rites that linked mortal rulers to divine oversight. The colors, though muted in the early light, shimmered softly, telling tales in tesserae of gold, blue, and deep crimson. She walked along the center aisle, noting the empty seats of the council high-backed chairs of carved wood, each waiting for an advisor who would soon take their place. She paused at a dais where the queen's own seat rested, intricately adorned with lion motifs, celestial symbols, and geometric patterns. Even unoccupied, it radiated authority, a reminder of the responsibility Semiramis carried as sovereign. The chamber was silent, except for the faint hum of the morning breeze through high windows. Sunlight pierced through ornate latticework, creating latticed patterns of light and shadow across the mosaics. Semiramis leaned closer to examine a depiction of a king weighing scales, a symbol of justice. The tiny stones glimmered under the soft illumination, each carefully placed to reflect precision and dedication. She traced the patterns with her eyes, feeling the history of wisdom, counsel, and careful governance seep into her awareness. Dot along the walls, carved reliefs of scribes recording decrees and warriors presenting reports captured her attention. Semiramis observed the figures with a sense of reverence, recognizing the countless hands and minds that had sustained the empire through vigilance, intelligence, and diligence. In their frozen gestures, she found echoes of her own sleepless night's watchfulness, reflection, and careful consideration of every choice that shaped lives. She walked to the chamber's far end, where a series of windows overlooked the palace gardens. The morning sun lit up the fountains and flower beds below, their gentle sounds and vibrant colors a stark contrast to the stillness within. Semiramis stood there for several minutes, absorbing the calm, the history, and the quiet reminder that leadership was as much about observation as command, patience as much as action. Before leaving, she ran her fingers along the armrest of her chair, feeling the carved lion's mane under her touch. The chamber imparted a silent lesson. Power was not just held in action, but in understanding, in waiting, and in the mindful attention given to both people and space. As she stepped out into the palace corridors, the calm and weight of the council chamber accompanied her, grounding her restless spirit as she continued her watch over the waking empire. Beneath the grand halls and ceremonial chambers of the palace lay the archives, a labyrinth of shelves, drawers, and cabinets filled with the empire's most delicate and precious records. Scrolls, clay tablets, and maps were carefully preserved here, holding secrets, histories, and knowledge that spanned centuries. Few ventured into this sanctum, and fewer still during the quiet of dawn, when the world outside still slept. For Semiramis, it was a place where time felt suspended, where sleepless hours transformed into journeys through memory. She descended, her footsteps softened by woven rugs laid along the stone steps. The air carried a faint scent of aged parchment, ink, and cedar mixture that instantly calmed her restless mind. Lanterns flickered softly, illuminating tall shelves where scrolls and clay tablets were arranged with meticulous order. Each object, she knew, carried stories waiting to be discovered. Semiramis approached a shelf containing treaties and decrees from distant cities. She gently unrolled a scroll, letting her eyes glide over the elegant cuneiform, imagining the scribes who had painstakingly inscribed each mark. These were not merely words. They were pledges, promises, and alliances threads in the intricate tapestry of governance and diplomacy. The queen traced her fingers above the symbols, feeling a connection to rulers and scribes long past, their intentions preserved across the ages. Nearby, a set of letters caught her attention. They were correspondence between kings, generals. Semiramis unfolded one and read quietly, the words forming images of journeys, counsel, and subtle negotiations. She imagined the hands that wrote them, the nights spent composing, the deliberations over every choice of word and phrase. Here, too, was vigilance and echo of her own sleepless watch over the empire. Maps adorned the far wall. Some rolled and tied with silk ribbons, others mounted for reference. They depicted cities, rivers, and trade routes, some drawn centuries before her reign. Semiramis traced the lines with her gaze, envisioning the movements of armies, caravans, and pilgrims. The contours of mountains and the bend of rivers told stories as vividly as any chronicle, and she marveled at how geography itself shaped history. She wandered slowly through the aisles, pausing often to inhale the subtle scent of aged paper and clay, to examine the intricate details of seals, and to imagine the voices behind each scroll. In this quiet archive, sleeplessness transformed into meditation, a gentle rhythm of thought and observation. Each document, map, and tablet reminded her of continuity, the unbroken line of history connecting past, present, and future. Before leaving, Semiramis carefully returned the scrolls to their shelves, aligning the clay tablets and smoothing the tied ribbons of maps. The archives had shared their secrets with her, offering insight.com and a quiet connection to the empire's hidden depths. As she ascended back toward the palace halls, she carried with her the stillness and knowledge of this sacred place, a companion to the remaining hours of her wakeful night. Deep within the palace, past corridors lined with tapestries and mosaics, the kitchens were coming alive. Even in the early hours, long before the first meal would be served, the space hummed with quiet preparation. Copper pots and clay bowls gleamed under the soft light of oil lamps, and the scent of spices, herbs, and freshly ground grains filled the warm air. For Semiramis, the kitchens offered a different kind of meditation, a rhythm of hands and hearts working in harmony, a reflection of the empire's care for both body and soul. She entered softly, careful not to disturb the grooms and assistants arranging vegetables and meat, grinding spices, or kneading dough. The cooks moved with precision, almost like dancers performing a silent choreography. Each motion, the slicing of onions, the stirring of stews, the careful sprinkling of herbs blended into a symphony of quiet labor. Semiramis paused near a large clay oven, its warmth radiating across the cool stone floor. The first loaves of bread were beginning to rise, their yeasty scent curling in the air. She inhaled deeply, letting the aroma settle within her. In the gentle activity of the cooks, she found a serenity that contrasted with the weight of her nightly responsibilities. Every ingredient, every motion was a small, deliberate act of creation, and she observed it with reverent attention. A cook stirred a pot of lentils, adding cumin and coriander in precise amounts. Another carefully arranged figs and dates on a platter, their colors vivid in the soft morning light. Semiramis wandered slowly along the counters, absorbing the harmony of motion and smell. She imagined the hours of planning, the careful selection of ingredients, and the traditions passed down through generations, all contributing to the nourishment and well-being of the palace and empire. The queen's gaze drifted to a collection of delicate glass jars holding saffron, cinnamon, and cardamom. She lifted a jar of saffron strands, inhaling its subtle sweetness, and smiled. Each spice told a story, trade routes that stretched across deserts, merchants who had braved distant lands, and the careful hands of palace stewards preserving the finest treasures. Even here, in the routine of preparing meals, history and empire intertwined as sunlight began to stream through small windows, illuminating the warm stone and wooden surfaces. Semiramis watched the first meals take shape. Bowls of grain, plates of fruit, and fresh bread arranged meticulously on tables reminded her that even the simplest acts could carry significance. She lingered quietly, allowing the scents and sights to soothe her restless spirit, recognizing the beauty of care and preparation that sustained not only bodies but hearts and minds. Before departing, she whispered a silent acknowledgment to the cooks, who nodded respectfully without breaking their rhythm. The kitchens, alive yet serene, left a lingering sense of warmth and calm with her, a quiet companion for the remaining hours of her sleepless night. The palace armory was a sanctuary of strength, a place where the empire's power was preserved in metal and leather. Long rows of spears, swords, and shields lined the walls, their surfaces polished to a quiet gleam. Armor, crafted meticulously by skilled artisans, stood on wooden forms, reflecting the soft light that filtered through narrow windows. In the stillness of early dawn, the armory exuded a calm authority, a reminder that vigilance was as much about preparedness as it was about action. Semiramis entered with quiet steps, her bare feet muted against the stone floor. The cool air carried the faint scent of oil and iron, mingling with the subtle aroma of leather from shields and gauntlets. She moved slowly, running her fingers lightly along the hilts of swords, feeling the smooth craftsmanship beneath her touch. Each weapon, she knew, held stories of battles fought, strategies conceived, and the courage of warriors who had shaped the empire's destiny. A line of polished bronze shields caught her attention. She knelt to examine their intricate designs, embossed lions, and celestial symbols standing as silent guardians. She traced the patterns with her fingertips, imagining the hands that had hammered and sculpted them with patient precision. In the stillness, the armory felt less like a place of war and more like a museum of human effort and ingenuity, record of the empire's resilience and artistry. Semiramis wandered further, passing suits of armor that gleamed softly under the morning light. Each piece was perfectly balanced, designed for both protection and movement. She imagined a warrior donning these layers, feeling the weight, yet moving with grace and purpose. The armor was silent now, yet its presence carried the echo of footsteps and the resolve of those who had once worn it. She paused at a display of ceremonial weapons, their blades etched with delicate motifs, inlaid with gold and precious stones. Though never intended for battle, they spoke of tradition, honor, and the careful preservation of history. Semiramis felt a connection to the artisans, soldiers, and rulers who had maintained the armory over centuries, each act of care ensuring the continuity of the empire's strength. The quiet of the armory, combined with the reflective gleam of metal, brought a meditative calm to the queen. She moved among the weapons and armor with deliberate slowness, appreciating not just their practical purpose, but the artistry and discipline embedded in each creation. For a few moments, the sleepless hours melted away, replaced by a profound sense of presence, awareness, and quiet strength. Before leaving, Semiramis paused at the largest sword in the collection, resting her hand lightly on its hilt. She felt a surge of respect for the countless guardians who had upheld the empire, their dedication preserved in this silent hall. As she stepped back into the corridors of the palace, the armory's calm authority accompanied her, a gentle reminder of vigilance, preparation, and the enduring beauty of meticulous craft. Nestled within the eastern wing of the palace, the sacred music chamber was a space devoted to sound, rhythm, and harmony. By day, musicians filled the room with music for ceremonies, celebrations, and private audiences, their instruments echoing through marble halls. But at dawn, the chamber offered a different kind of enchantment, soft tuning notes, gentle strums, and the muted resonance of instruments awakening to the morning light. For Semiramis, this chamber became a refuge, where the restlessness of her sleepless hours could dissolve into the gentle cadence of sound. She entered quietly, the wooden doors closing with a soft thud behind her. The air was rich with the scent of polished wood, strings, and animal hide from drums and percussion instruments. Lanterns flickered softly, casting warm light over lyres, harps, flutes, and drums arranged meticulously around the room. The faint resonance of a harp string being plucked, soft and deliberate, drew Semiramis toward a corner where a young apprentice tuned the instrument. Semiramis moved slowly along the rows of instruments, her fingers brushing lightly over strings and carved wooden surfaces. Each instrument seemed to hum with anticipation, as if eager to share its voice with the morning. apprentice struck a single note, letting it resonate through the chamber. The sound was clear, gentle, and lingering. Semiramis closed her eyes, letting it ripple through her consciousness, the vibration weaving through the palace corridors beyond. Each subsequent note joined the first, a slow awakening that transformed the silence into a quiet symphony. She wandered to a row of harps, delicately plucking a string here and there, feeling the subtle vibration travel through her fingertips. She imagined musicians of the past sitting in the same chamber, their hands moving with practiced precision, crafting melodies that soothed rulers, honored deities, and lifted spirits. In their discipline and artistry, Semiramis discovered a form of calm she had rarely encountered in her sleepless nights. The queen lingered near a small fountain in the corner of the chamber, where the gentle murmur of water blended with the soft sounds of tuned strings. The combination of movement, water, and melody created a tranquil rhythm, drawing her attention inward. She allowed herself to feel each note, each ripple, and the faint scent of polished wood, connecting her to generations of artists and rulers who had sought solace in music before leaving. Semiramis sat on a low bench, listening as the apprentice played a simple tune, notes rising and falling like the gentle heartbeat of the empire itself. She rose slowly, lingering in the doorway for a final glance, feeling the chamber's quiet magic wrap around her like a soft cloak. The melodies stayed with her as she returned to the palace corridors, a serene accompaniment to the ongoing vigil of her sleepless night. Deep within the palace, past corridors adorned with murals and lantern-lit halls, lay the royal baths, sanctuary of warmth, water, and quiet reflection. By day, attendants and servants ensured the comfort of the queen and her court, preparing pools and oils, heating stones, and arranging fragrant herbs. But at the earliest light of dawn, before the first bustle of activity, the baths were a realm of gentle silence, steam curling lazily from marble pools, reflecting the soft glow of the rising sun. Semiramis entered slowly, her footsteps muted against the polished stone. The air was warm and fragrant, scented with oils, herbs, and the faint perfume of flowers that had been steeped in water for ceremonial baths. Steam rose in gentle wisps, curling over mosaic floors and walls, casting shimmering patterns that danced across the arched ceilings. Each ripple of water, each glint of light, seemed to slow time, drawing her into a meditative awareness. She walked along the edge of a shallow pool, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the golden hues of sunrise streaming through small latticed windows. Marble statues of protective deities and lions watched over the water, their forms softened by the morning haze. Semiramis knelt, running her fingers through the warm water, feeling its gentle resistance, its soothing touch on her hands. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the warmth dissolve the tension that had gathered during sleepless nights along the walls. Mosaics depicted scenes of myth and ritual, river gods, nymphs, and celestial patterns intertwined with images of queens and kings in moments of quiet contemplation. Semiramis traced the curves and colors with her gaze, marveling at the skill and devotion of the artisans who had captured serenity in stone and tile. The mosaics seemed to speak to her own nights, filled with observation and reflection, reminding her that even the smallest details could hold profound beauty and meaning. The gentle scent of lavender and rose mingled with the warm air as she walked toward a corner where a small fountain trickled into a marble basin. Water cascaded softly, joining the ambient steam and sunlight in a symphony of calm. Semiramis paused, letting the sound, warmth, and fragrance envelop her senses. In this stillness, sleeplessness transformed into mindfulness, a quiet meditation that nurtured body and spirit alike. She wandered to an alcove containing bowls of herbs, oils, and fragrant resins. She inhaled deeply, imagining the centuries of ritual care that had prepared these baths for generations of queens. The act of cleansing was more than physical, it was symbolic, a reflection of thoughtfulness, vigilance, and inner renewal. Semiramis lingered until the sun fully illuminated the marble halls. Each pool, each mosaic, and each waft of steam weaving together a tapestry of calm as she finally stepped back into the palace corridors. The warmth, fragrance, and reflective serenity of the baths accompanied her. The experience of the sunrise baths remained with her, a quiet rhythm and soft glow that would linger through the remaining hours of her vigil, comforting her sleepless mind. At the highest tower of the palace, beyond the garden terraces and echoing corridors, lay the starlit observatoria domed sanctuary where the night sky could be studied in uninterrupted solitude. Here, telescopes and polished lenses, crafted by skilled artisans, pointed toward the heavens, capturing constellations, planets, and the subtle movements of distant stars. For Semiramis, sleeplessness had often driven her to this space, where the immensity of the universe brought a quiet perspective to her vigilant nights. She climbed the spiral staircase slowly, feeling the cool stone beneath her feet. The doors opened to a circular chamber, its floor inscribed with constellations, planets, and celestial patterns. Lanterns flickered softly, casting warm light on the polished instruments, while the vast dome above revealed the first stars of the evening still fading into the dawn. The observatory was hushed, filled only with the soft hum of her breath and the occasional distant call of a bird returning to its roost. Semiramis moved to a telescope, adjusting its brass fittings with careful hands. She peered through the lens, tracing Orion's belt and the Pleiades cluster, noting how each star seemed suspended in perfect stillness. She imagined the explorers, astronomers, and priests of past generations who had observed the same sky, charted the same patterns, and drawn guidance from the heavens. Each star, distant yet luminous, felt like a companion to her sleepless mind. Vastness and quiet wonder around the observatory. Smaller instruments measured shadow, light, and alignment. Semiramis touched a carved astrolabe, feeling the engraved numbers and symbols beneath her fingertips. She reflected on the patience and precision required to master such knowledge, and the dedication of those who had mapped the heavens to understand time, seasons, and celestial influence. The instruments, the stars, and the stillness blended into a meditation, drawing her away from the restlessness that had accompanied her waking hours. She walked to the center of the chamber, gazing upward at the dome. The faint, shimmering glow of distant constellations cast soft patterns on her robe and the polished floor. She breathed deeply, letting the cool, night-tinged air fill her lungs, and allowed herself to feel both small and infinite, connected to the empire she ruled, the generations before her, and the vast universe beyond the palace walls. Minutes passed like hours in this serene silence. Semiramis charted a few stars on a small parchment, noting their alignment, but more than the record. It was the act of observation itself that soothed her. Each glance, each breath, and each reflection was a quiet affirmation that even in wakefulness, the mind could find harmony with the universe. As she descended from the observatory tower, the first light of dawn touched the palace roof, blending the mysteries of the night sky with the emerging day. The observatory had offered its wisdom and calm, leaving her with a soft sense of wonder, serenity, and timeless connection, a companion for her final hours of wakefulness. The first light of dawn stretched across the palace, brushing the stone corridors, gardens, and towers with gentle gold. Semiramis, having traversed her empire in quiet observation through the sleepless night, paused at the central hall, the weight of the previous hours settling softly over her. The palace was awakening, the distant murmur of servants, the soft clatter of early preparations, but she remained in the calm center of it all, a silent observer of both empire and self. She closed her eyes briefly, recalling the hidden herbal chambers where fragrant leaves and blossoms had soothed her mind. She remembered the corridors lined with stone reliefs, echoing centuries of triumphs and sacred rituals. The observatory garden had offered her the tender caress of night-blooming flowers and flowing fountains. In the council chamber, the quiet mosaic patterns had reminded her of vigilance, wisdom, and the careful stewardship of a realm in the archives. She had touched the delicate clay tablets, unrolled scrolls, and traced maps that chronicled the empire's hidden histories. In the kitchens, she had inhaled the scent of spices and watched the choreography of hands preparing nourishment. The armory had whispered strength and readiness through polished metal and crafted armor. The music chamber had filled her senses with early melodies. The starlit observatory had reminded her of vastness, perspective, and the eternal rhythm of the cosmos. Now, standing in the palace's heart, Semiramis felt a profound stillness. Each step through the night had been more than mere wandering. It had been a journey through history, through creation, care, strength, and beauty. Each chamber had offered insight, calm, and a quiet rhythm that countered the restlessness of her sleepless mind. In this gentle reflection, she realized that insomnia had led her not into despair, but into a deeper connection with the empire she ruled, with her ancestors, and with the continuity of life itself. She walked slowly toward a window overlooking the gardens, the fountains catching the sunlight in sparkling arcs. The trees swayed lightly in the morning breeze, petals fluttering gently to the ground. Birds called softly in the distance, harmonizing with the subtle sounds of palace life beginning its day. Semiramis inhaled deeply, letting the air fill her lungs, carrying the fragrances of blossoms, herbs, and morning dew. For the first time in many nights, a gentle calm settled fully within her. She realized that sleeplessness was not a void, but a space where observation, reflection, and quiet wonder could bloom. Her vigilance, patience, and curiosity had carried her through hours of solitude, revealing the hidden heart of the palace and the empire it protected. As she sat on a marble bench near the window, the first rays of the sun kissed her face, and she allowed herself to linger in this perfect moment. The empire stirred, yet her mind, for now, was at rest. Each fragrance, each echo, each reflection from the night flowed through her as a gentle river, carrying with it serenity, understanding, and timeless peace. The queen, who had never slept, had, through her journey, discovered a profound awakening harmony between vigilance and calm, history and present, self and empire.